Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は、232日目です。It's day 232. Well, it's about 33 minutes away from 4. If we get to it, we get to it. I'm just gonna work along today. Want to keep on task, right? Get to start a new project today. Hopefully, I will get to a good spot by the end of the month as to start other things for September. And September is right around the corner. Alright, let's get right into it. So today, I think it's all review because I think these items, 61, that's 71. I think these are the items that are from the current. I have no idea what these things are. Get right into it. Okay, that's a
King.
Love counter is fine. It says breath love counter, but love counter is fine. Either or. I didn't want to type out bread loaf. That's a burn. Let's see. Kutsuri is, what's the onyomi for kutsuri? Actually, do they? Okay. Honestly, I am not quite sure. Something makes me want to, something. I don't think it's Kyoku. Yeah, I figured it's not. I think I'm thinking of the beginning. I'll have to come back to this. Maybe we will get to 4. Son of a bee sting. Oh,
外側。
外側。Okay. Why? No. Yes? No. We're skipping this. Not quite sure right now.
Genshi.
Genshi. Adam? No. Yes? No. Some part of me want to type this. Okay. Maybe it is. Anaketsu sounds awful. Oh, wait, but Hanachi sounds fine. What? Nosebleed. Pretty sure bleed was chi, right? We have Ketsu and Chi on the right. I don't remember what it has to be. Oh, it's probably because I forgot that Rendaku. How do you type that? Yes.
Hanaji.
Hanaji. Oh, I guess we can write. Oh, okay. Okay.
Seki.
Seki. Sui? Suijin? No, wait. Suikun. I forgot soldier again. Hold up. Or is it Mizu? No. What is soldier? Soldier is oh, Suihei. Naval officer? What do you want? A sailor? Okay. Oh wait. Oh, Navy sailor. Okay. Can I get some context? Where can I buy a sailor's uniform? Interesting. So less navy, but less army, like less military, more sailor. Okay. Okay. Hey. Just okay. I was seeing how specific that was. The heck? Chio? Wait. Chiomi? Oh. Okay.
Heishi.
Did I skip this? Oh no, I didn't skip this. That's a typo. Uchigawa. Okay. Oh. Hosoi. I swear that's Hai, right?
Haisha.
Okay. Chibai? Oh, Shitsuhai Shi. Hai? No, Shitsuhai. Dang it.
失敗
Hai. Dang it. Wait. Maybe like. It's just still failure. Die Shippai. Probably part of this group. Okay.
左側
Arigawa. Okay.
鼻歌
Hanauta. How do you spell hum? Wait. Is this not humming? Oh. Wait, I typed hum. Hum should be okay. Hum should be fine. Hmm.
時勢
He said. Okay.
鼻先
Hanasaki.
兵器
Hiki. Weapon? Weapons? Arms? Alright. You want a plural? That's fine.
制服
Efuku.
梅
Ume.
喜ぶ
Yorokobu. Okay.
近年
Inen. That's okay, Burn. What? Oh, that's a typo.
米兵
Eh.
鼻くそ
Nakuso. So. Snots. Oh, just snot. Snots go.
塩
Yo. Okay. Hmm.
Shusseki
Juseki. Attendance? Yeah, this one's a little bit weird. That's just a little bit weird. On gut feeling, it would be something like leaving the seat, but it's leaving to occupy the seat. This is a little weird. This is a little weird. I can only think of the Chinese now. Sad. It's not the coon. Yeah. Onyomi. Sad. Kinda sad. I forgot sad. Let's say something like he. Just like probably he.
Shiomizu
Shiomizu. Oh, salt water. Like salty water? Salt water. Oops.
Hey.
Hey. Hey. Okay. What? Oh. Wait. Oh, wait.
梅酒
Umeshu. What the heck is this? Umeshu. What is how do you describe this? Just ume liquor? Ume. Okay. Okay. Oh. Once again. I thought this was
原作
Gensaku. So I messed up the right hand thing, right? Alright, Gensaku. Original work. Makes sense. Hold on. Hmm. Hmm. I was thinking something like "you are so bad" or something like that. What is this, to fail? Yeah. Yeah, booted it? Yeah, booted it.
破れる
Yeah, booted it. Or to be defeated. Yeah. So it has something to do with like, yeah, boo, you suck. Or something. uh let's tie this up a little. Because I'm gonna stray away from using expressions. Or yeah, I don't think expressions work too much. It can be and it has to be at the end. Something has to set it up. Or maybe not. Yeah, boo. Maybe I could put in somewhere in the middle. And that is, what is that? I? You were unsuccessful at reciting your haiku as the crowd said yeah, yeah, or yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Ooh, you suck. That's good enough. And I'm using ya like you as opposed to ya as in yes. I think that. Oh, you know what? We can probably separate them. They don't have to be next to each other. I think having them separated is fine. Ya was unsuccessful. Ya was unsuccessful at reciting your haiku as the crowds said boo, right? Or yell. Okay. Oh, this is from yesterday. What? Oh, that is not the same thing. Wait. Yeah, that's not the same thing. What incarnation? Oh, is it a safe, comfort, ease, safe. I gotta keep that. Oh, like pleasant or like gentle. No, not gentle. Oh, no. This is a committee member. Dang it. Committee is that? That is definitely committee. Oh. Een. I was thinking of something else. I was thinking of gentle. But that also has the female radical in it.
Shokudo.
What did they want for this? Rare? Criminal? There's so many things this can be used for, but I don't remember what they want. Be like unusually. Guilt, crime, prisoner? No. Wait, no. That's going way too far. Crime. Something like crime. Injustice? Probably injustice. Like negative mistake. Okay. Yeah, sure. I don't like it. Or I don't like that it doesn't accept its alternative. Like rare, extremely, unusual. Unusually. Let's see. What in the... Oh.
東側
東側
果物
果物 Good burn
西側
側 前席前席 前席 Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I want to say... Seki.
欠席
Is that an S? Son of a... I keep adding an extra C. There's got to be an X... No, there's not an explanation for that. I'm just terrible at English.
右側
右側
近日
近日
花
No. It's
立
hateru,
てる
but the end? Yes. Of course it is. Whoops. That's the wrong thing.
側
Kawa. Soba. Okay.
空席
Useki. Ryo. Interesting. Ryogawa? No. Yes?
両側
Okay. Huh. Or two sides, I guess. Or both sides with an S. Alright, and we're back to skipping. We got 5 minutes till 4. We might as well get the other ones, right? So what happened here? Yaku. And oh, I skipped this because I knew the right, but I kind of forgot the left. I'm gonna say
Shouhai
Shohai. Okay. 4 minutes. Do we wait 4 minutes? No, I think we're okay. This will take less than 4 minutes. It's fine. Do it tomorrow. Shifting our schedule back a little bit earlier. Alright. So, we have our mnemonics. Bath, cheap. Bath, cheap, dollar, saw, allocate, peace, football, ability, clothing, and icicle. Tatsu. Go. Ah! Tatsu. Oh. Ne. 宮くan uh-oh. Koichi. Oh no, se chi o yo saku o I yo fuji ku an chi yu iki chi o en yo ai ga akira so de shiku. All right. Wow. That's a wrap today for WaniKani. You're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. Right. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up WaniKani for yourself. Give it a try. You're always welcome to stop on by and share ideas and strategies and anecdotes about Japanese language learning, right? So for those who are only interested in WaniKani, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Right. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, walk around briefly, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero session. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第225天. It is day 225. We got one character from yesterday, and that was Goal. Goal 是something about fruits and dress. Something like that. Not the greatest there, but oh no, it's not Go. It's Guo. Guo. Right, Guo. Yep. Rap. It's still quite a bit weak. Oh, there, Valentine. I'm gonna drop in as you start your reviews today too. Hang out for a while. Worked all weekend this morning and just woke up from a nap. How was your nap? Do you usually work on weekends, or is this more of a summer thing? Doing pretty well. How are you doing? Hopefully the nap was energizing. Yeah, get on those reviews. All right, let's get into our lesson. 沙漠 Sand desert. Sand desert. 沙漠。我们在沙漠中，这是什么？米和鹿，米和鹿是 I don't actually think I have this. 米和鹿 Oh no, 米鹿 Oh, 米鹿了 That's just to get lost. 米鹿 Yeah, 我们在沙漠中迷路了 Okay. It was refreshing. You felt great, so you still work for the same place, but you change your position. Oh, okay. You fulfill orders and get deliveries ready now. Much better than your old one for now. Fair enough. That sounds great. That's amazing. Improvements. Weekends will be part of your normal hours now. Since next school semester, you can't work mornings at all anymore. Oh yeah, that's fair. That's good. That's an excellent compromise then. You're still able to negotiate time while also going to study. Not study, I mean like go to the university. Nice. Hard work.
沙漠陪伴
陪伴 Oh, I haven't seen Pei in a while. 陪伴 Or have I? Oh, no. That's the new one. 陪伴 Pei 是 call guard. call guard and hills. Let's see. What is that, like a company? Okay. 一起去 right? Ban is partner. Okay, yeah, it's a company partner. Yeah, you think it'll be the busiest you've ever been in your life coming up, but you're going to revel in it and try not to let it all flash by if you can, and keep up language studying during it too, of course. You know, gotta see where your limits are, and then hopefully there's like some flexibility. And the nice thing is you can, there are things you're doing that you can scale back, right? It's always nice to kind of take it head on, and then hopefully there's like enough flexibility and whatnot to scale it back to just under your max. Just like every so often I feel it's quite appropriate to see if you can reach a new high, right? A new high, and then scale it back a little, and it's like, yeah, this is now you're settling in, and then go for another new high in the future. Creep up.陪伴孩子陪伴孩子很重要。陪伴孩子对对很重要。
陪伴贺卡
贺卡贺 Congratulations card, greeting card. Interesting. Cards that give to others to congratulate or otherwise commemorate important events. Greeting cards, yeah, that's fair. In a general sense, greeting cards. In not a literal sense. Oh, actually, you know, I haven't thought of it that way. Greeting in the general sense and not greeting in the literal sense. When you're giving a greeting card, it's a way to... It's like an introductory card for different occasions. I haven't thought of it that way, actually. Like, for example, instead of saying, this is literally to say hello, which that doesn't make any sense to me now that I think about it really closely. Like a hello card, like a card just made to say hello. And I'm like, now I'm thinking, no, none of those greeting cards are made to just say hello. Wonder why these are called greeting cards. I feel like they should just be called celebratory cards. Okay. Alright, anyways. That's... I haven't ever questioned why these things are called greeting cards. But now it makes sense. It's to greet the occasion. To start off the... to start off the occasion. That totally makes sense now. Huh. 你喜欢这张贺卡吗? I'm sorry for your loss cards right next to congratulations. Yeah. Oh yeah, you know what? That's something too, especially in the United States. Like but hear me out. I still, you know, that's kind of interesting to think about. Where like, how do you break, you know, into a conversation, right? You give them a card that maybe wish them well, even the worst of circumstances. So I've just realized that I've misunderstood what greeting cards are for quite some time. Like, I understand the purpose of them. Like, you buy a greeting card, you go to the greeting card section, like your Hallmark section, and you buy a card. But I didn't ever process the English of what a greeting card is, and it's more like invitation into a conversation, like at the start of a conversation. Like, you're going to some place where you're going to you're invited to like some sort of thing, like an event. And grieving, obviously, death and funerals is a thing, right? It's an event. And that's what the greeting part of the card means. I had no idea. I just now... Wow. I don't buy lots of cards. Typically, we bring gifts. And that's what I mean by, now I understand why it's called a greeting card. Because in the practice that my parents and I practice, we bring things. It's a greeting. It's like it's kind of like a house gift, but more like I forgot what it's called. There's a name for this. In Japanese, there's also a name for this, where when you meet up with someone, right? When you meet up with someone, you bring a gift. And that's what the greeting is. Because you always present it first. And now I totally see how it lines up with greeting card. Why this is considered a greeting card. Interesting. Because it's usually in the gift that you bring along to present for the event. To greet someone with it. It is a weird thing, and I totally get what you mean when you say you're the I'm sorry for your loss cards are right next to congratulations. There was a couple times in my life where I went to a Hallmark store to buy cards, and it's so interesting how the hallways, you know, like the displays are organized. Like, because remember, I don't know if you read a theory on this. It's a really well-known theory in marketing where like how shelves are organized for the consumer, like if they're on the bottom, on the top, or closer to the front, or you know, the access points, it makes a really big difference. So when I think this is when I was in my 20s or something, I didn't buy a lot of cards, but in my 20s I was wondering, like, why are these types of cards in the front? I guess that kind of makes sense. They occur very often. And then you started looking at why are the the happy graduate, like the graduation cards next to, I don't know, X cards. I don't remember what the aisle like the rest of the aisle, but when you go like further back, you get to the like the obscure stuff. The obscure occasions. I called them the section where people who spend a lot of time celebrating because they need the W section. So as you go further and further back, you know how like you go through the aisles, but then the back is just a flat, it'll be facing you, and they're all like even leveled, I suppose, and you get like the ones that people like to celebrate occasions, like happy dog birthday and like happy 14th birthday, you know, not 13, not 18, but like 14th and like 15th birthday situation, or like happy half month anniversary or no, happy half year anniversary. Kind of interesting. I typically make my cards, so if I ever like wrote a card or like write something to communicate something, I would make the thing. Just grab some stationery and create it. I kind of like the stationery stuff. The stationery stuff is very cute. So like you can buy a stationery kit now, so you probably still have to go to like a Hallmark center, but I would love to, I mean, if I had a personal recommendation when people say, I don't know what kind of card to get your, you know, your friend or significant other, there are like wonderful, even online, there are wonderful like printable kits and ideas for you to make I don't know what the act of doing it is, but it's a hobby, right? It's a stationary hobby where you turn like construction stuff, like stationery, into something like layered. You can do like fun little mache stuff and whatnot. It's kind of a fun activity. One of my closest friends, for Christmas, they hand draw all the Christmas cards and send them out. So in like a couple, maybe like 2 weeks before Christmas, they start drawing a card, like maybe 1 or 2 cards every single day until Christmas, and then they send them out. Really, really fun. I think that's a very sentimental activity. Oops.
贺卡
贺卡
违反
违反 Handmade cards are always great. Yeah, I think I can like just agree they're always great. Like that's one of the things that make humans human. It really captures the human spirit. There's just so much. Like, I remember receiving a card from this little kid because like we did something, and it had a couple of scribbles on it, and I absolutely loved it because it's a representation of the person. Like, hear me out. If you think you can only draw a stick figure, draw a stick figure. Obviously, you can do other things. Like, I remember one time having a card where it just had so many bedazzle things on it, and had like glitter all over it. It's like, yep, that's what happens. It's the human spirit. Obviously, one can also buy a greeting card and then build on top of the greeting card, right? Write a message, you know. Some people are like, well, I don't have anything I can think about. It's like, what are you thinking about right now? Write that down. They'll understand. If you're making a card or you're writing something and giving to your friend, let's just say, like, sometimes, you know, people who believe they have obsessive compulsions and whatnot, or like, I don't know, ADHD, ADD, what have you. You have to also consider the idea that the card has to represent you when you're giving it to someone. So if you say you can't focus enough to make like a card for the moment, what is in the moment? Like, one time I remember I wrote a card where, hey, you know, happy birthday. I'm just gonna write down what's on my mind right now, and you'll understand. That's it. I think it was something about Superman. That, or like I wrote about a movie scene that I watched that is somewhat tangentially related to this. So whatever your experience you are having right now, it's relevant to the idea that you are making the card in the moment. So despite having short-term memory, or like, I don't know, unfocus, or your memory gives, write it down. It's a piece of you, and you're giving it to someone else. You might be thinking, well, what if it's not appropriate? It's like, well, if they're your best friends, they know exactly what you're going through. Like, I remember writing about grief, right? Sorry for your loss. I wrote a card expressing how I don't know what to say. And that's all you need. Sometimes knowing that your closest friend, or your best bud, or maybe even a strange stranger knows that it's incredibly tough, saying it's incredibly tough is heartwarming, right? So that even in the toughest situations, if you're speechless, explain it. Explain why you're speechless. Because honestly, gonna be real, I thought sometimes I can talk about depression. A lot of times, like, I am involved in a lot of people who are at their lows most of the time. That's where I spend most of my time speaking to, when people are at their lows or in a deteriorating state. But when it comes to things that are of permanence, like the loss of a loved one, I just don't, it doesn't ever get easier to, it can get more manageable in a way. I guess that could be interpreted as easy, but it doesn't get easier. So oftentimes one of the cards I would write would be, I would tell them a moment that I was speechless, but how I grow to come to find that being speechless is a very human thing when it comes to the face of a great loss, right? And that was one of the cards. Yeah, for future reference, right? I haven't wrote a card in a very long time, largely because most of the peers that I have interact in a different way now. What cards? I feel like writing some now. I feel like making some cards for some occasional... hear me out. It can also become a little bit obsessive in its own right. Because when I think of cards, I would think of writing a card whenever I feel like it. So I would, if I know someone's down, I would write them, what is today? Is today Monday? I will write them a Happy Monday card just because. You know, they hate Mondays. I'll write them a Happy Monday card. You know what also happens on Mondays? My only thought right now is what still happens on a Monday? You know, every Monday, yes, you have to go to work. But guess what also happens every Monday? The sun rises. You get to explore the opportunities of seeing what's outside or something. You get to see your coworkers again. Whether that's good or a bad thing, that's an opportunity on a Monday, right? So, Happy Monday cards. Let's see. Wei Fang. Wei Fang. Wei is new, right? Hide. Violate. Violate and oppose. Violate. Or opposite. Go against. 他违反了规定 rules
他违反了规定。
规定
违反香肠
香肠fragrant chang is new, right? How did chang work? Intestines? Oh yeah, fragrant intestines. Sausage, of course that's what it is. 香肠是我最喜欢的早餐食品。食品 Nice. Interesting. Is Kevin trying to tell me that he likes sausages for breakfast? I do like those like like the classic maple like sausage link things that are accompanying your like scrambled eggs. I haven't had them in like 6 years or so, but it's been some time. I do like going to a diner and having a breakfast for dinner situation. That's how it went back in the day. When I was a wee old teenager, I spend most of my time working when I'm not in school, right, in high school. So I generally end my shift around like 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. So it's basically the morning, and you would stop by a 24-hour diner to have breakfast for dinner, or basically breakfast before bed. Scrambled eggs, some maple, some like sugar. They're like sugar sausage links because they typically have some maple syrup in sausage links or in the sausage. And then some hash brown on the side, or some sort of hash or tater tots or something like that. Some taters on the side. Delicious for a very long day. I remember still being able to squeeze in. So, I forgot how it worked. I remember there's something about total hours per week, and you can only work part-time if you're like underage. Like, you can still work a certain amount of hours, but it has to remain part-time, not full-time. You cannot do full-time. So, but I only could work 2 days of the week because of school. So it would be like 2 very long days. And if I worked any longer, it would like arrest that full-time, part-time problem. I still remember that. So therefore, that's why I always like on a weekend, I would work the entire day. Like the entirety of the day, if I could. That'd be like 12 or 13 hours. And then I would do 2 days back to back. Oh, how it certainly feels wonderful to be young.
香肠
I still stay up and do things like non-stop for like 13, 14 days, but it doesn't involve standing, manual labor and whatnot. Although my body could certainly benefit from some activity. I think someone asked me recently, I think it was Procol, like 2 or 3 days ago. He asked me if I ever done a manual labor job in my life. I actually, when I was younger, I made it my goal to be as active as possible during the manual labor job. Like, I was incredibly active. It usually, like, if I had a job that involves me standing or sitting in position, I would find ways to get myself moving instead of standing and sitting in position. It was a fun challenge. 沙漠
沙漠
I was so active when I was younger. Whoops. That's fun. Okay.
违反
违反
陪伴
陪伴
香肠
香肠heck, I immediately think of ga. 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 Ga is congratulations in Japanese. Or at least one of the reads for that character. What is... Oh boy. I don't remember. Oh, okay, hold up. We gotta use our mnemonic so we don't get the two. They're so far separate. What is going on? Oh. Look, oops.
All
right. Next one. 祝贺 wish congratulates. Wish well, congratulate, which is to congratulate. Oh, it could actually be like bless. So congratulate. I'll keep that in mind. Oh, 他们祝贺我 I don't think I have you. Zhi.
他们祝贺我升职。
升职。升 interesting. 升 Oh wait, do I? Shrek in front of the English manor, sun. And what is that? A leader? Oh wait. Rise? Rise, unite? No. Unite. Oh no. Rise, work. Oh, promotion. Oh, interesting. Sanju. I feel like I might have Sheng. Yeah, rise, work, promotion. Huh. Maybe.
祝贺
It does look like Sheng though. Sheng is without the sun. This is also Sheng. But I'm not sure if I got this with the sun, but good to know.
违法
违法 Yeah, another way to say illegal. 违法 To violate the method. 它是违法的。这是违法的，那它是不是的。 不是他，这是是，这是是，违法，
违法。冷漠。
冷漠 cold, oh yeah, cold desert, indifferent, makes sense. You are at cold towards it, even if you lost in the middle of a desert, about to die, or your feelings are just desert, you know, it's barren. You're barren of feelings. You're cold and barren, indifferent. 大城市的人们比较冷漠。
大城市的人们比较冷漠。
对，
冷漠。陪同。
company, it's still a company. Yeah, 陪同 similar, same. Or mutual. That's okay too. You know, I'm kind of curious they didn't use mutual here too. Pay mutual. 陪香 could be a company too. It would be fine. Or it could be maybe something like, yeah. 他陪同我去医院看病。Okay. Makes sense.
陪同。
I gotta start. Wait, we gotta start soonish, right? Start soonish to start constructing our own creative writing sessions or purposeful writing. Because reading is all well and good, but it's just at the moment it's disproportionately reading. So reading's like, oh, you read it, it's like, oh yeah, that's a good idea. Oh yeah, that's a good example. It's like, oh hey, that's an interesting way to say it. And then immediately when I go and say, what should I say in it? And there's not much to say.
责骂。
责骂. It takes a while. 责骂. 责 blame, 骂 scold, blame and scold, or responsibility. Yeah. This is also blame. Seki. Ne? Yeah, seki. 责骂. 妈妈责骂了她的孩子. Okay, makes sense.
责骂。
All right. And it's gone.
祝贺。冷漠。违法。陪同。
Yeah, man. I guess when we get to day 300, I really maybe it's a life condition or conditional. I mean, like normalization behavior, but I do really enjoy. It kind of brings me closer to what Kevin, you know, the developer of HanziHero, might have. Like I feel like we think fundamentally, fundamentally on the same wavelength. I think this type of setup is far scalable, and it doesn't have like volume problems. The whole mind palace, it really bridges into complex mind palace techniques. WaniKani feels like there is a constant battle with scalability. And then when they were, and it also makes it so that it's very difficult. Like if you were working on WaniKani, right, and you kept writing the stuff, the writing becomes like it's a hit or miss because it doesn't have a underlying infrastructure. It doesn't have a skeleton, or it does, but the framework is not stringent enough. It does not scale up. So when things get really confusing, the nuances don't stick out because the framework is not rigid enough to allow you to sort the nuances. So then it becomes more taxing because it almost feels like you're constantly jostling independent or compartmentalized things. There's no inherent mechanical similarities between them. Makes me want to think what WaniKani would look like if they were closer to the ordered Mind Palace approach. I mean, I can imagine in my head, but what I mean is it would be interesting to see someone actually do it and then participate in it. It's a little far late in the game for me to rework them. So now I have like kind of like a sort of hybrid approach. But that was the intent all along, to engage in two different methods, two very dramatically different methods, and it's fairly clear which one of the methods I practice more in my life than nowadays. WaniKani feels to me like something I would start doing. It feels like the beginning stages of what I used to do. So when did I start? It was after I left high school. When I got into college is when I started picking up on advancing my like abstraction abilities, like leverage how to abstractly organize information and whatnot. And WaniKani is like the beginning of that. I feel like if I had to contrast, WaniKani is something that looks a bit, for lack of a better word, amateurish. And what I mean by that is, what is the characteristics of an amateur? There's a lot of passion behind it, but there isn't necessarily forethought and foresight to the scalability problem, or like things that experience would make it less amateurish. It would become professional, right? And I think despite starting 11 years ago, it's one of those situations where if they passionately committed to a system, and then if they had to modify it, it would mean they would have to do all of the other stuff over again, right? And that would be not very conducive. So it feels like a different experience. WaniKani definitely feels like a different experience, but it's one of those techniques that no longer is the same anymore. I think to me, Kevin's approach, like HanziHero's approach, is a bit more mature in a later stage. So it kind of feels like, I'm sure people who worked at WaniKani over time can see those things. But the idea is, language learning is a journey, not like goal oriented. It's a journey, so you collect a lot of experiences. So it's kind of interesting how the people initially react, comparing the initial reactions to WaniKani then to HanziHero, for those rare people who actually use both, right? It's actually quite a lot rarer than one might think, because there's a disproportionate use case for WaniKani versus generally. I would say if I had to take a gamble, let's say hypothetically, both of these products started at the same time and they both had 11-year tenures, I would say that those HanziHero would likely have higher retention than WaniKani, but WaniKani would have higher front end than latter end. So there will be more people who reach maturity by the end in HanziHero, but there are less people who will stick out through the end in WaniKani. But either places, that means that HanziHero, on the flip side, would become something of a dependency more often, than WaniKani, who lots of people would likely grow out of. They would grow and continue to seek some other way, probably some more higher abstract, disciplined, mind palace-y abstraction, at least in my opinion. So in the order of things, it's not to say that one is better than the other, it's that they're appropriate for very particular things. I think WaniKani has a incredible strength in being casual forward. Like, things feel novel, they feel loosey-goosey, they feel less, they feel more fun, enjoyable, right? Because that looseness makes it so that it's very casual forward. In HanziHero, because of the whole Mind Palace thing and the ordering and the structure, it feels like a slog to develop the upfront foundations and framework. But that's kind of how Mind Palaces work. You form a very solid foundation, and it takes quite a lot if you don't have a foundation. So it's one of those like learning curve things, right? This is HanziHero, in my opinion. I think WaniKani is not the same as this. People think it's this in WaniKani, but it's actually more like this. And the reason why, but they usually think of this because they're thinking of WaniKani plus. When you get here, it goes this way, because this is when they start seeking other things. So they start seeking reading and stuff. So they're talking about Japanese learning, the totality of learning. And I agree with this. And WaniKani is a great way to get a jump start. Like, it's a great jump start, and then it enters scaling issues. So I'm like here now. This is where I am addressing the criticisms for myself personally, not like for other people. I'm reached to this situation. So in order to continue to get more, I refocus. So I take WaniKani's lessons, but in the evening, I'm doing more stuff with it. But for me, I don't think HanziHero will stop putting out. In fact, if I dropped WaniKani and double the volume in HanziHero, it'd probably scale just as well. It'd probably scale up to twice its volume. Largely because this latency phase is producing foundations. And even for myself, I had a latency phase because despite having Mind Palace situations, you have to restructure the Mind Palace. Right? Because I didn't come up with the semantics, the orders of this. But it was probably shorter than a lot of people. If you're already really used to, you know, imagining a door, right? Door, hallway, then turn left into the dining room situation, like your classical standard house movements, or running path. My running path is, you know, out the door, onto the across the garage pavement, and then onto the sidewalk, right? Move like 50 meters and then make a right. That type of thing. Replacing it with whatever they come up with in HanziHero doesn't take too long. I think that's one of the strengths of adapting, or one of the interesting things to learn from HanziHero. I think WaniKani is a bit of a mixed bag. It's novel at first, but they respond to it very appropriately. You know, when you get to about level 20, I think it's as early as level 15, they're like, oh, now go and pick up a book, or go and read some graded reading, you know, do some graded reading, some immersion things, some easy listening things. That's to acknowledge that that is one of the limitations, or a natural limitation. Maybe they didn't theory it, but more like a response from the community, right? Yeah, WaniKani definitely has a scaling, thinking and learning scaling problem. So how do I quickly illustrate this. So initially your volume is small, right? That you have to retain. So this is your retention volume. In the process of retention volume, you have to put in, so you have to input more new things, and therefore the volume goes up, right? And the volume goes up. But the thing is, the amount of input stays the same, right? Usually your lesson volume is however you decided to have your lesson volume. But the thing is, then your lesson volume become less and less prominent when compared to the large volume. So as you go by, your input volume largely stays the same, whatever you decided to pick, because that's SRS. The downside is because of the retention volume, the way WaniKani goes about it, it doesn't help reduce the retention volume. This also has its mnemonic retention. So you still have a bunch of mnemonics that you're juggling. And at some point, the only way you can compensate, or the one way I observe that most people compensate, is they reduce the amount of mnemonics. So they drop mnemonics, hopefully, in time. So what happens is this retention volume then it still continues to grow, but it grows at a slower rate because now you're turning over mnemonics. You're hoping that you abandon those mnemonics, right? And that's well and good until this circle becomes too big where it starts affecting your input. And that can happen. So you get like mixed results. Meanwhile, in order to even offset this in HanziHero, the mnemonics don't dramatically scale up either, because now you're reliant on a framework, a very strong framework. Admittedly, even then there are trade-offs because the framework doesn't ever change. If you get to a really high scale, you can improve your framework. You can solidify it even more, right? And that's upper level framework, which the framework does not include this, which is mnemonic groups, right? This is the next level of compression, in my opinion, a very natural next level of compression, which is mnemonic groups. And that doesn't work. It barely exists in WaniKani. It sorta kinda exists naturally in HanziHero, where you start forming mnemonic groups on your own. Like Tong, right? Tong is also Si. And it might look like, oh wait, how the heck are these things connected? Because they're both mean similar. But they're connected by their mnemonics. So in a higher level condensation, like compression, you can start forming mnemonic groups because the framework itself is very sturdy. It's very stringent. So that means then you can use that stringency and go to a higher level. WaniKani just stops. Like it's so difficult to like group based on chi, or group based on like ne, or any of the reads, or any of the things, because it's all haphazard. Like one time you're thinking about cheese in relation with, I don't know, cheese in relation with the ground, and then another you're relating it to a cure or something. And yeah, I'm still doing these associations, but they're so far apart. So what happens is you need to create another framework that allows you to group reads together, which doesn't happen in WaniKani. That's something that you do on your own for fun. If you're like into linguistics or something, that's kind of what, in my opinion, why people really enjoy linguistics. or etymology, right? The etymology section of linguistics. It helps you to form higher levels of compression, higher levels of association between group origin, like the origin of the group or the meaning of the group, like things like that. And HanziHero, in my opinion, has enough framework to at least go all the way into like the 3000s of characters. And that's excellent in my opinion. That's well sufficient. I think WaniKani kind of falls off at like 1000, but that's also probably sufficient because the Japanese threshold and the Chinese threshold are two different things, right? You still have kana, the flexibility of kana and whatnot. So kana itself can form another mnemonic layer, but that's not being used. So this is untapped, using kana as another form of a mnemonic layer. Sometimes WaniKani uses like a mnemonic that would incorporate a kana, but they don't add new layers of kana. So like using chi as a representation of a group of characters. That would be another way to organize thoughts in your head. And I often thought about these things when I'm using WaniKani and HanziHero. Obviously, I won't be using these guys forever. In fact, I'm thinking about shortening or halving their volume so I can like pursue other ways of interacting with the language for streaming purposes, of course. And that could be things like grammar. Grammar provides another way to mind palace things, which I don't think people view it that way. I think oftentimes people look at grammar as it's providing structure, but more, in my opinion, and I mean this very directly, what they mean by structure is that they provide familiarity. And familiarity through repetition. That's relying on like intuition stuff. That's fine. That's what grammar does, especially for adults, right? One of the hallmarks of adult thinking is repetition. Adults are far more statistically, like, I'm sure there's research out there. I'm sure there are longitudinal studies. Adults are habit machines. They are incredibly limited but specialized habit machines. So when you get a structure, it creates familiarity that create retention. That's why mind palace, in my opinion, mind palace approaches are excellent when it triggers the adult's mind palace move. Like their order of thinking is exceptional. When you are younger, you have more plasticity and flexibility because habits come along. You're still in a discovery process. You're 90% of the time you're in a discovery process, right? So you are less about similarities but about differences, and these similarities produce incredible scaling, like efficiency. So grammar is something that's far more beneficial, in my opinion, for an adult than a child. Now the thing is, you don't have to rely solely on your intuition. You can actively create mind palace structures. So when you approach grammar, you can relate the things. So like, yes, SVO and then SOV is quite a jarring thing, but you can order mind palace things to make this process very fast and very quick, and not in the way about like, in order to be fast at this, you must forget this. That's intuition, in my opinion. That's relying on intuition. So you drill yourself until one pattern is familiar and the other one is not. You can drill this relationship in a organized way to make it fast too, and then you can do both back and forth with sufficient speed. So you don't really have to go about it this way. And that's how I view when people think about learning new techniques. They like to throw away old techniques, or not build on old techniques and redefine the stuff in the new lens. And I think that is less interesting. Like, you are no longer crossing your wires deliberately, right? Like, for example, if you have a wire for a verb, right? And then you have another wire, and you're like forming a network, right? You have another train of thought, which is verb prime. Let's just say this is Japanese verb, and this is English verb. Instead of having to worry about them interfering with each other, like, you know, starting, like, the logic of Japanese verb then lines up with English verb like this, like connecting the two. Most of the time people think that adults, in my opinion, this is personal anecdote, in my opinion, adults are more efficient at compartmentalizing this. So force this and force this. And that's for acquisition. And I'm okay with that. Like, what I mean is, this is for learning. Like, learning the information. However, I do this 90%, like, not 90, that's a little too much. Maybe like 70% of the time while I'm learning, because this wire crossing is for retention. And for me, I prefer far more to develop skills that allow me to retain the information at a slower learning pace, at the cost of some slowing in the learning pace. Because over time, this wire crossing, in my opinion, leads to critical thinking and innovation. You start looking at most things in the world connected, and how those things connect to each other literally cross wires in your brain. And those wires then serve many different purposes. These wires become heavily more enforced. Certainly there's going to be confusion and interference involved, but it's more for the lines of retention than it is for pacing, right? So yes, you can acquire thousands of kanji in the time that I acquire 300 kanji. But I can use those 300 kanji in many different ways that are outside the system of kanji alone. And also I remember that kanji because I remember most of the things that connect with that kanji. You can remember 1,000 separate kanjis and barely connect them all, while I can remember 300 kanji effortlessly because they're connected to everything I do. So this is like, I think, a talking topic that I feel requires a lot of granularity. It requires some resolution. The difference between aiding retention and forming complex critical thinking and compression while gaining things versus constantly focusing on gaining things. Like, man, I can only imagine how many times I read that comment, you know, the WaniKani comment where someone says, oh yeah, you know, I finally reached level 60, but that doesn't mean I know all of this stuff because I need to still go and practice all this stuff and go back and do it all over again to retain the stuff. Now, my problem with this a lot of times is if someone says they're going back over the stuff, I hope they're doing it different. Like, they grew from their experience, right? They've intuited that they need something different. Going back through the stuff will still create those time gaps. So it's a return, it's a diminished return, right? So if they say starting over in WaniKani to practice the stuff, it's like, yeah, that will still get you relatively in the same place. The idea is you go back because you're different. So when you go back, you're not actually doing the same. Hopefully, people intuitively do not do the same. Now, that is well and good, but that's still relying on intuition. And you can do better than that, in my opinion. Or you can do more than that. Humans are capable of intuition and analytics. They are also capable of abstraction. Abstraction requires a creative output. You require creative output. Intuition does not. It relies on input. So that whole like input only hypotheses, in my opinion, or suggestion, that's for people who hope everything is intuitive in their lives for learning. And that is sufficient. You can be happy. You can be sufficiently happy and acquire skills sufficiently. In terms of like when people say, oh, but it's the maximum potential, it's like, no, it's not. Doing one thing and constantly doing one thing and restricting yourself and restricting your way of critical thinking is ultimately going to be your glass ceiling, in my opinion. Like, I don't think there's a what buts or alternative. Doing less things is a glass ceiling. That's like the human condition. If you believe that you can only, if you stay, just stay on the same, there is a caveat, stay on the same method. If that method itself causes you to promote analytics, abstraction, and higher order thinking, then that's a different story. But then it's no longer input only. It's output and input. Because in order to form abstractions and analytics, you have to output something. So oftentimes the whole like input only wording, in my opinion, is fallacious. It's a misrepresentation, not disinformation or misinformation. It's a misrepresentation of what they're trying to explain. There are definitely input methods and environments that intuitively let people to want to form abstractions and create things. Not all of them, though. One of them is like if you're reading a bunch of books and you think that will naturally make you a good critical thinker, that's not true. That's absolutely not true. A great critical thinker or a great creative solution person or someone who makes things with the stuff that they learn, that's absolutely not true. In fact, they're substantial, if not, I would say even the majority of people in this world spend more time taking in input and outputting what they input, and that's it. That's the last stage that they ever reach. And they can be reading all their lives, watching movies, looking at art, listening to music all their lives, and not enter a point of abstraction or creativity, which is, in my opinion, the last stage of the human condition, when you start creating things with the things you learn. But it doesn't have to be great. It doesn't have to be perfect. Engaging in outputting creative thought is the thing I was talking about earlier, where this is what I mean by I've learned Chinese, or I learned to read Chinese so much now that reading and being able to read and hear and respond appropriately, like casually respond appropriately, is not sufficient. Or it's sufficient to engage in consuming material or consuming and getting the job done. It's not intellectually sufficient for me. I need to start writing things. I need to write my short stories. I need to write reviews and stuff. I need to use the language in a creative way, not in a natural way. Like it could be coincidentally natural, but having conversation and constantly focusing on natural conversation is useful. It's the end game for most people. I don't think that's where it ends for me. I want to show how English can blend with Chinese and other things, and those are unnatural explorations, right? They're creative pursuits. It's not about being accurate. It's about being creative. So, how do I explain this in English? Well, you could explain it quote unquote the correct way and then have people argue, well, there's no direct translation of this. That's why there's a loss in translation. It's like, okay, that's fine if you want to keep staying in that box. That's not interesting to me. Trying is. So if you keep telling yourself like, well, there's, you know, you end the discussion by saying, well, the whole point of language is you have to internalize it and there's no direct translation. It's like, well, that's no fun. Trying to do it anyways is kind of fun. Draw a picture instead. If you don't want to use words, draw a picture. If you don't want to draw a picture, use music or something, right? I think it's very limiting. That's what I'm thinking about right now. 2026 is coming soon, right? It's almost September. We're getting close to Q4, and I need to determine what I'm going to do in 2026. So many of the 2026 stuff hopefully is starting to consider what I'm going to do creatively with what I learned. It might seem like I'm jumping over some fences where like, oh, but you don't sound native yet, or you're not conversational. And it's like, so what? So what? If you don't have the motivation to use the things you learn, then why do it in the first place? At least in my opinion. And some people will have answers to that, you know. They want to move to China or move to Japan and use the language. That's great. I don't. So I would require the thing that I need, which is the creative process. And yes, I'll be having fun and enjoying and being creative with it. So we'll see what that looks like in another 2 years. Year and a half to 2 years. Whoops. They're looking for the meaning. Okay. Wait, how did the left thing go? Right. Heck.
责骂
Ma. Okay. Ma. Alright.
痛骂
Hoang ma. Hurtful scolding. Or ache scolding. Severely berate. 他痛骂了我一什么？我一 paper earthworm？ 我一拳？ How does 一拳 work? One cure?
他痛骂了我一顿。
Oh, 盾. Oh no, that's 盾. Oh yeah, 拳 and 盾. Oh, I gotta be careful. 拳 was... It has earthworm in it. What was the right hand character? Oh, it's earthworm on the right, and then silk on the left. I see. Twin. So one time, one pause, one instance, or a bit. So like pause, like a moment, to berate. That's interesting. Okay.
痛骂
Hongma, berate.
小肠
Xiao Chang makes sense. Small intestine. 食物在小肠中移 No. 吸收 Seashell. What is this? Oh, 被吸收。
食物在小肠中被吸收。
哎，肠。
小肠。
小肠。
后辈。
后辈。Oh, after generation, right? Instead of 前辈，后辈 after. So or lifetime, but it's more like younger generation. Yes. 后辈。我会帮助后辈成长。
我会帮助后辈成长。
Oh, 长。Oh, dang it, 长。成长。会成长。Become long. Oh, grow older. Grow. Okay.
后辈。
后辈。I guess young generation is what I don't like using the word junior, but
闯。
that's also the same for to, right? For junior, to. 闯 rush with a horse. Interesting. 闯 Chucky is in the basement of the chapel where he is rushing to find the holy horse that the priest kept there so that he can escape. And that's interesting. He goes to the corner of the holy basement and rushes through some saloon doors where he finds the horse. He gets on top and rushes away towards the other corner of the basement as some priests corner of the basement as some priests. I think there's a word missing somewhere. As some priests that went to exercise and I see how he's reading that. Exercise and rushed after him. Okay. That's a little bit wordy. Okay. 闯入 Russian or break in. Fair enough. Break in. Break out. 闯出 Okay.
闯
Eh?
是
Ooh, another 是 persimmon or you know what? There's a thing about English for persimmon. What is it? Persimmon versus persimmon. Where the emphasis is. Persimmon versus persimmon. It's kind of like a pitch accent situation. Persimmon. I'm only adjusting the pitch, not the volume or the morta. So persimmon versus persimmon. They sound very similar because that's kind of like how that's what happens when you only adjust the pitch and not the. You could say persimmon versus persimmon. To adjust it a little bit more to English, but what do I say? Persimmon. I say persimmon. Second syllable is pitched up, right? Or you can do the Heiban thing, like persimmon versus persimmon, and then persimmon. Or persimmon. Good old learning another language too. And then obviously you can tone this up. Persimmon or persimmon. for like Chinese. Yeah, persimmon, right? Persimmon. Fun times. Who says you can't have fun pronouncing other things deliberately with other people, like other pronunciation keys, right? One day I am gonna adjust. I'm gonna adjust just for creative purposes. Try to see if I can read English with Japanese phonetics fast enough. Like that would be really fun exercise. Peru Simon Simon Peru Simon. No, just Peru Simon. Peru Simon versus par Simon parsimon persimmon. All right, sorry. All right, a tomato. Persimmon is in tomato. Oh, interesting. 西红柿 rest red persimmon. Oh, that kind of makes sense. Yeah, western. Oh, you know what? Now that I think about it, it's tomato. South America. Yep. Makes sense. The West. Yeah, largely the West. Yeah. Makes sense. So West red persimmons. They do look like red persimmons from the West. Like, so you just look at persimmons, dye it red, and then think of it coming from the West. Huh. 西红柿 柿子 makes sense. All right, so we have Shrek is in the bathroom of the house where he is growing a persimmon tree. Okay. In the bathtub. In the bathroom again. Shrek, come on. That has born in the bathtub that has born. He is growing a persimmon tree in the bathtub that has borne fruit. Oh. That makes sense. Yeah, born fruit. Like to bear some fruit. Shrek wants to eat one of the persimmons, but it is too high to reach. Okay. So he gets a towel and whips it off the branch of the tree, then catches it inside a lid that is turned upside down. All ogre loves persimmons. All right, we're changing this up. Let's see. So Shrek is in the bathroom of the house where he is. He's growing a tree. He's growing a persimmon tree. That's fine. Like, you know, by the window. It has an easily accessible window. In the bathtub, he has collected all the fruits, all the persimmons that grown, and he's washing them in the bathtub. He's washing a bunch of persimmons in the bathtub, and then he dries it up with a towel and then place it in a container with a lid, right? And then he'll save the, I don't know, persimmons for some jam or something. Far less exotic imagining that. It is a great way to imagine it, but I can also imagine him like washing some persimmons in the bathtub and then wiping it dry. you know. Or the tree doesn't even have to be in the bathroom. You could say Shrek is in the bathroom of the house where he has collected a bunch of persimmons from the persimmon tree that he started growing in the backyard. And he placed all the persimmons in the bathtub to wash them. Then he dries them with a towel and puts them in a container with a lid to have later. All ogres love persimmons, right? We're getting a little bit more eclectic now where any form of tree, I think that's what I'm doing, at least in my head. Any form of tree can be attached to the outside. And they can form the relationship to the component in the inside. So you don't have to place the tree literally inside the component. That's fine. Like, you can think of it this way, where here's the house, for example. There's a window here. This is the bathroom window, and it overlooks. And this is actually something that Kevin does already. Occasionally, Kevin would do something in relation to the outside or in relation to the compartment it's going. So I started doing this. I think it makes it so that this transitions really well. So like, there's the persimmon tree, right? This is the persimmon tree. So you have the tree, ki, plus this. So now you have this outside, but it's overlooking the bathroom in which Shrek is standing in. Give him little ears, right? And he's washing the persimmons in the bathtub, right? Mind Palace. Anyways. Sure. Alright, we're good. Okay.
是
Sure. How does this a horse? Yep. Okay.
床
Uh-huh. Okay.
小肠
Xiao Chang. Okay. Uh-oh.
后背
Oh, bae. Hmm.
是
Tong Ma.
痛骂
Morals. Duh. Intriguing. Oh no, that's a net gun. I totally forgot this was a net gun. I immediately thought helicopter or something like a helicopter or across a net. Oh, actually, that kind of just reminds me of net gun when I see it. When I explained it to myself. Okay. Alright, the Dracula is inside the electricity plant generator room. Yep. A bunch of electric sandals are hopping around the room. Okay, and Dracula chases them with a net gun in hand. He catches some of them with a net gun and refuses to kill the electric sandals because it would go against his morals. Of course, if they had blood or were human, he would have no problem. Moral hypocrite. Oh, this one's tough. Connecting it to morals. Yikes. I think this one's gonna be up to rote memory, huh? Moral. I'll spin this a little bit different, right? So, Dracula enters the is inside the electricity plant generator room, right? Where he has a net gun ready to capture his next victim, right? The employees that are working there. It just so happens that his victim, when the victim he catch was wearing sandals, while it might seem to go against many people's morals, Dracula is a bloodthirsty vampire, so he had no problems. Moral objections aside. Alright, virtue. Although, it could have been anywhere outside the electricity plant. Maybe something needs to be electricity. Maybe they're wearing rubber sandals or something. Like insulated sandals because they work at the electricity plant. Andy Lau. What? Liu Dehua. Liu Dehua. Oh, yeah. I think this is kind of like a national treasure situation. Yeah, a national treasure situation. I heard this before. Liu Dehua. Like why Andy Lau is being referenced here. Like this phrase. Let's see. That's interesting. He's incredibly iconic. I mean, ever since I was a kid, I knew who Andy Lau was. Anyways, virtue makes sense. May the beautiful, interesting, beautiful morals. Dao de morality. Way of morals. Yeah, Dao de morality. Deguo. Yeah, Deguo. This has nothing to do with it, but now that I know it means moral country, that's kind of funny. Moral country for Germany. It's Deguo because of Deutsch. Deutschland. Deguo. Interesting. Moral country.
De.
得
Ji.
急 a beat, huh? What type of beat? Like to defeat? To beat up? Oh, to hit. Okay. Jimmy Neutron is inside the living room of the house, playing with his toy. A toy car. I see the car. Is that a mountain? What? The car is on. Okay, a toy car is on the carpet, and Jimmy is beating it up. He hits it with his hands, then gets a toy mountain and beats the car with it. Lastly, he has a toy missile that he uses to make the car explode. What is this? Hey, no, Jimmy Neutron, what are you trying to do? Describe what's his name from Toy Story? I think you have a little confused, Kevin. I think you're thinking about Toy Story, not Jimmy Neutron here. It's really accurately describing the Toy Story kid. The one that destroys toys. And I mean, there are toy cars, obviously, but it could be anything, man. How about we let's change this up a little bit. So Jimmy Neutron is inventing a new it's inside the house, inventing a new way to beat his opponents, like beat the evil doers, right? Take down evil doers. This is kind of destructive still, though. So he took a car. He used his hands to modify a car with missiles. This car was also modified to be able to traverse in the living room, huh? That might be a little bit tough, but it's okay. Oh, it could be in the basement. I guess in the living room is fine. Outside the house would be fine too. But it could be a toy car, like a miniature toy car, right? So he modified a toy car with his hands, equipped it with some missiles, miniature missiles, non-lethal missiles, and equipped it with enough horsepower to like traverse mountains and whatnot, and move mountains in order to beat his to defeat or beat. Oh, beating up. It's like hitting though. It's fine. It'll be good enough. Boxing, fencing, to root, impeccable, to ram. Hit. Okay. It's okay. It's like a wordplay. It's a little bit of a wordplay. Boxing. 长级. 拳击. 拳击. The left side, what is that? Raise beat? That doesn't quite work out, does it? Maybe not. It looks very similar. We didn't get the left character yet, but in Japanese there's something very similar. It's raise. So the top part doesn't quite look the same. Raising your hand again. Yeah, raising to beat. What do we have here? I have no idea what. Oh, wait. Saber and party. What is that? Jian. Not that I'm aware of. So, jian. To route or to root. Ji kui. Kui. Koopa. Beach house. Bathroom. Couch. Saber party. Yeah, saber party. Yeah. Yijian. Saber party. The nice thing is you can pretty much guess at some of these too. This one would be like to root. Let's see. Ji kui. So beat and to root. Huh. Wait. Don't have Quay yet, but it has some pouch things going, some shellfish and some spraying going around. But Koopa. Impeccable. Oh, now these are the good ones. I like these ones. The figure of speech ones. wu xie ke ji. Nothing. Nothing. I don't have anything on xie right now. Nothing, something, but could beat. So maybe like nothing could rival or beat. Impeccable. Or nothing could maybe like tarnish or beat. Impeccable. Let me see. Xie would be Xena in the bathroom electricity plant. I can't, it's so congested. What is this thing here? Lax. So nothing lacks can beat impeccable. What is that? That's a soul, a corner, or a horn. A soul, corner, horn with some blades and a cow. Or the right hand is solve. Solve plus soul or spirit. Interesting. So nothing lacks. So if you're lazy, it can beat it. Nothing lacks can beat it. It has to be more. You have to try harder to beat it. Impeccable. That's great. To ram. 撞击. Let's see. 撞击. What do we got? Fingers. This is James Bond. No, this is George Costanza. With like a Chinese yard. Chinese yard. Mile? Chinese mile. Yard. This is yard. Stand and fingers. I don't think I have any. To ram. Makes sense. Have something to beat. Maybe the left thing has something to do with like making contact or something. Or to like push through, or maybe something like that. Yeah. This is Jimmy making a toy car, equipping with a weapon with his, using his hands, modifying it to beat someone. Yeah, good. Cool. A drum. I mean, drum is not. I guess drum is in it. Drum branch. A branch. Oh, that's kind of cute. The drumstick. A drum and a branch equals drum. That's great. That actually works really well. Goofy is in the basement of the house banging on a drum. He can't find the drumstick, so he just uses a branch that he found in the corner of the basement. Goofy being Goofy often misses the drum and just hits air. Goofy. It's Goofy. And in the basement makes sense. Drumming in the basement. Maybe trying not to make too much noise and disturb the neighbors. To applaud. Drum. Guzhang. Guzhang. Drum palm. Drum with your palm. Applaud. Instead of like palm noise or palm hit. Hit palm. Just applaud. Drum with your palms of your hand. And yep, there it is. To play a drum. So dagu. To hit, strike a drum. To play a drum. To encourage. Interesting. Li. I don't have li, but maybe it's like positive. Drum positive. Something like a meaning that's positive. I see a cricket, some flowers, some cliff, and a muscular arm. Interesting.
我
Well informed. Got a cross, a trellis, and a caliper. Okay, Bart Simpson is inside the lobby of the office building. Oh, again. Ball. There was another ball, right? Slight had trellis and caliper. Actually, this right hand. Oh, this is what I mean by mnemonic groups. Mnemonic groups if you use mind palacing. This is ball. This is this. Bart Simpson in an office building. And then just so happens this retains also the tone. Because the other ball is also this. With trellis and a caliper. But now, because of that mnemonic group, I don't remember what the left side is. I'll know it's ball when I see it, but now I have two balls. Wait, let's go find out. Ball. Yeah. Where is it? Slight. Oh no, it's underneath. It's underneath the flowers. So we have flowers. Where we have flowers and a spray for the trellis and the caliper. Yeah. So this is what I mean by mnemonic groups. You can end up consolidating mnemonic groups when you start doing it this way. It's less clear when you're doing it when you're doing the WaniKani way, because WaniKani, the construction of the mnemonic does not involve a lot of the components, the radicals. So you can't start forming these groups. Alternatively, what you can do in WaniKani is you can look at this. Hopefully, sometimes people don't. You can look at this very carefully and you're like, why does this look familiar? This looks like a grouping with something else, right? So that's the other way. But you can literally also double on top by using your mnemonics to parallel this. So why do I feel like I like this system better? Because it helps you write as well. You can write out your subjects. I don't think attaching a complex meaning to this, if you're doing a complex meaning and you're just looking at it as a whole, will help you. Well, it would be a little bit more difficult to get you to write, but you can still do the same thing. It's whatever your preference is. It's kind of fun to constantly imagine Bart Simpson in the lobby of the office building doing several things. So he's building a trellis with a caliper again, right? And cross as part of a prank. Makes sense? Right before one of the security guards come in, he hides behind one of the decorations, right? Same deal as Boal or Slight. He knew he was coming because Bart is well informed about everything that goes on there. Scouted. And having gone there to do pranks so often. Okay. When the guard isn't looking, he throws the trellis at the guard and runs away. The trellis? Okay. I think another way would be like maybe he built okay, so this isn't the greatest because the caliper and the cross doesn't have any distinct features. I think he was building a trellis, right? By using the caliper to measure the distance in which he affixes it to a cross, in which he can trigger the trap, which is the trellis like falling on the person, like the structure. So then he goes and hides at next to the cross. He hides next to the cross, and as he knows that people will walk in that direction, and then he used the cross to trigger, throwing the trellis onto the person. Sounds pretty dangerous, but that's fine. Maybe it's like a fun trellis. A doctor? 博士 instead of 医生. What? 博士. Interesting. Well-informed soldier. Makes sense. It kind of reminds me of nurse, right? Yeah, it does remind me of nurse. What was 助, right? 助士. No, 帮士. 帮士? No. It's like protect soldier, no? Hang on. Nurse. Yeah. Protect. Yes, protect soldier, right? Who shi or nurse. I kind of understand why they have 博士 and 护士 as opposed to 医生 and I don't know, there's another word for nurse. 医生 would be like 医生, what is 医生? 医下, right? 医下, right? 医下. Interesting. 博士 blog 博客. Yeah, that's just this is a loan word. 博客. There's no way well-informed guess is a blog. So 博客 is supposed to sound like blog. I think my favorite one so far is Tang Ke. I think so far it's the most recent one. Before this, before Bo Ke was Tang Ke. Then Lei Za or Lei She, no Lei She, right? Lei She, Lei She for laser, and Leida for radar. Shock for shock. What else we got? Those ones are tough to remember. You just gotta remember them. So I made the effort of making them, attaching some humor to them. Oh, humor is out there. Yo something. Yo mo is supposed to be humor. Yo mo. And then there's like 巧克力 and 西班牙, 意大利, 加拿大, 德国, if you think of it as Deutschland instead. Yeah. Neat. Museum. Oh, it's that boy. Oh, it's Bijutsukan. Or not Bijutsukan, but Boeing, what was it? Dobutsukan. No. Not Dobutsukan. That's weird. Oh, what is this? It's an art museum. I forgot. I haven't used this in a while. Oh no, wait. No, that's no, that's Hijutsukan. That's Bijutsukan. What is regular museum? Is this it? Yeah. Oh yeah. Haku. Yeah. Haku. I didn't make that connection until now. Hakubutsukan. Well informed, huh? Yeah, I don't think I crossed this in WaniKani yet. But the moment I saw it next to Wu Guan, I'm like, oh, okay. Museum makes sense. Interesting. Wu Guan. Hakubutsukan. Okay. Anyways. Okay.
我
So many connections.
蛋
Done. A bullet. A list and a bow. Alright. What Dracula? Dracula is in the bathroom of the pawn shop. Okay, on the toilet. He is making a list. Okay, of things he will buy, writing on paper with blood. Sure, I mean, Dracula could use a pen. He wants to buy a bullet and a bow. I don't think Dracula realized that one can't shoot a bullet with a bow, but he'll find out eventually. I think that's fine. I mean, like being separate. So Dracula is in the bathroom of the pawn shop, right? And he just has to go to the bathroom at the moment. But he is making a list of things he wants to buy at the pawn shop, or maybe like to avoid, or to like steal from the pawn shop, because like silver bullets, right? Not that that really has anything to do with, we're not going to talk about the nuances, but silver bullets and like bows because of stakes, right? Like arrows, you know, wooden stakes can be fired from the arrows, right? That's what the list he's writing a list of things to like remove from the pawn shop. Or maybe he owns the pawn shop and doesn't want to sell those things. Or to be careful of, be mindful of in the pawn shop. silver bullets, and I guess wooden bows. I mean, bows are wooden, but you know, gotta emphasize that. Missile. Fei Dan. Flying bullets. Missiles. Wow. I would have honestly, I would have stuck to bullets, but maybe wait. Tell me this also means bullets. No, it doesn't. Oh, Jidan. Oh yeah, Jidan. Jidan is bullets. A bomb. Dan. Oh yeah, Dan. Didn't get yet, but Fei Dan. Flying bullets is a missile. I guess bullets don't fly. They get you know, they get propelled, but they're not actively flying, sort of speak. Like sort of. And you just add small bullet, a child bullet next to it to get the bullet.
Ban.
Alright, now we gotta think about it. Blowgun, right? The heck with morals. He'd be doing a blowgun, taking people hostage, getting their next victim. Okay.
De.
Okay.
Ban.
Gotta avoid the silver bullets in the bow. Wait. Yes. And then modifying the Torcar with a hand with missiles to beat. Oops.
Qi.
And then playing the trellis.
我
How does this work? Full setup. Trellis pushes over onto the person, well informed. And then we have drumstick, Goofy in the basement.
虎
Okay. Nice. All right. Let's get to it. Lock in.
诚实
他不是一个诚实的人。
鼓胸 句
Ah! That's evidence.
抄写
我抄写了这些资讯。
肚子
我的肚子痛。
静
Wait, that's supposed to be mirror, right? Yeah, that's mirror.
底线
我们必须坚守底线。
致富
他希望能致富。
默读
这个孩子不能默读。
士兵
士兵都穿制服。
Excuse me.
袜子，
这是一双新袜子。
望，
嗯，
点燃，
他们点燃了大炮。
他们点燃的了大炮。哎，
待遇，
哎，
这家餐厅对客人的待遇很好。
treat, welcome, receive, host. Oh, whoops. That's not that. Treat? Treatment. Okay, that's fine. Techie! What is techie? Techie is D. Wait. Oh, whoops. I typed the wrong thing in the left side.
把玩，
他把玩着他最喜欢的珠宝。
Fiddle with or play with. Fondle. Fondle. Fine.
设置，
请帮我设置一个提醒。
First setup, yeah.
报，
Son of a bee sting.
容易，
这个问题很容易。
切菜，
熟练的切菜。
What is the left thing supposed to be? Wait, wait. Oh no. Oh no, it's gone. It's gone. Ooh. It's back.
塑料，
这个玩具是用塑料做的。
压，记录，
护士把病人的体温记录下来。Yeah, Lu was something we practiced. I kind of got Lu and Lu kind of mixed up a little bit momentarily. Not too bad. So what happened here? We have... That's supposed to be root and hills? No, that's silver. No, root? Why do I want to type this? Oh no, okay. I gotta think of it a different way. Gotta get at it a different way. Something makes me want to type 扩张。
扩展，
我们需要扩展我们的知识。
Wow. I wasn't so sure about that. Hmm. 辩论.
辩论
我不想辩论这个问题。
Debate. Dispute. 论 I got like a spot check. All of a sudden, like a mental block. I think 2 days ago.
聊
Here. Oh, what? Huh. You sort of look like committee, but you don't. But you're not, right? Arrow. Oh,
I
okay. That one's kind of sucky though. I feel like I'm gonna lose that in another month or two. What? Oh, wrong tone. Obey and guard and protect. Isn't that like abide by? Hmm.
猪肉
这家餐厅的猪肉很嫩。
This was a typo.
无敌
他是一位无敌的英雄。
Unrivaled or invincible. What? How did I screw this one up? Did I screw this one? What? Wait. Hold up here. One of them is wrong, and I honestly don't feel like either of them are. Oh. It's probably because of select? No. You 选 something 金钱还是幸福 This is committee.
尾
Oh! Wait. Oh, wait. I think I got the last one
竞
incorrect.
选
我们支持他竞选总统。
Huh.
策 遵守
学生应该遵守校规。
Okay, they just didn't take a bite. Oh no, it's correct. I got the right one incorrect. We have totem and a net and fingers. I thought it was. Oh wait. No, I really thought it was Yi. Oh. Wait, how does that work? That still comes out as... Oh, it's Yoshi. Okay, it's clearly not that then. I thought it was translate. Oh no, but that doesn't make sense with select. So, what else do we got? Totem. The net is throwing me off. Huh. Well, this is kind of disappointing. Oh, could it be... No, that doesn't make any sense. That deals with dropping. Yep, this is a hiccup. That feels bad, man. Oh, J. Oh, it was J. Oh my goodness. It is choose. Choose. Man. But I forgot what the mnemonic is with the net. What does that have to do with the net? Oh, you like... put whatever's in the net into the furnace? Oh, man. Heckin' Zelda strikes again. It's always Zelda. Heckin' Zelda. Heck you, Zelda. Not like Nintendo property, just this Zelda. What? Oh.
煤气、
我们用煤气来做饭。
Oops. What?
煤矿、
1公里长的煤矿，
Okay. Let me think about it. What is happening?
漏洞、
轮胎有漏洞，
What? Alright, I got a few here. Okay. Did I already try? No, okay. So what is this? Period?
"期限、
期限快到了，
期限, deadline.
选择、
你选择金钱还是幸福？
I can choose. Whole smoke, whole air, whole steam, gas. That's fine. Whole gas, coal power is fine too. It's really talking about like using it to power something, a coal power thing. Coal gas. Not to like gas it with coal. imagine coal smoking. I think there's if you don't think it very carefully, charcoal and coal are two different things. So, so I just want to throw that out there.
帽
The heck is a leaky cave? Oh, that's just a cave. What's another way to describe a leaky cave? I can't think of it right now. Let's. Oh, a leaky hole. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. It's fine. This is coming from yesterday. Right. We're thinking about the left, not the right. Happens.
掌声
我可以从这里听到掌声。
Right, so other way. We got the palm sound. Yeah, 掌声. Okay. Car and trellis.
斧
Supplement.
燃 镭射
镭射是强大的武器。
laser.
那些
My gut feeling failed so hard there. What? Hold. Ying. Xiang. 影响力很大啊。I thought this was like matchmaker plus ritual. I have no idea. This is so lost. What is this? Is it... I have no idea what I'm looking at. Wow. Uh.
扶手椅
这张扶手椅很舒服。
滑，
哦，标题。
飞，棒球，
他不喜欢棒球。
野球，野球。
山洞，
山洞里很暗。
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's May and Lee. Oh, it's not. Maybe that can help me out. It's Du. Oh, Meiti. Oh no, I already wrote Meiti. That's not it. Oh no, it might be. What do I think of it as Meiti? Caretaker matchmaking body? What is the middle one? Shadow plus echo. Strength is big. Influence? That could be influence. Influence is big. Meiti. Is that like multimedia? Or social media or something? Huh.
标题，
我不喜欢这部电影的标题。
标题 title. Huh.
看来，
看来他很忙。
麻醉，
手术需要使用麻醉。
Pretty sure it's
媒体，
yeah,
媒体的影响力很大。
What? Media? Okay, yeah. I still associate that with social media as well. But that's fine. It's what I think it is. So media does not age very well anymore. That doesn't age. Oh, Hoang. Whoops. I have no idea what this is though. Spike plate art and dollhouse. Oh wait, could it be? Dang. Well, that didn't work.
恢复，
他今天早上恢复了意识。
相仿，
这两种语言的文法相仿。
相仿。
能够，
青蛙能够跳得很高。
Qualifications is fine. Skilled, to be able to. Qualified. To be qualified to do something. Is to be able to do it. That's fine.
业 面面俱到
这次计划的安排面面俱到。
面面俱到. What, how did this work? Oh, everything covered or something? Or covered everything? Okay, fine. Everything covered. Good enough. Okay. What? Oh, media. Yeah.
信贷
我没有足够的信贷来买这个。
Still can't figure you out. I gotta dig deeper. Let's go. Gotta go in deeper. Oh wait. No. What's the thing with like the... Nah, let's just skip this. This is taking too long. Ning. Ned Flanders. Ned Flanders, English manor. Oh no, Neo. Oh my goodness, this is Neo. Ning. Oh. Oh, you know what? Ned Flanders. Oh no, that would be Nung. So Ning, this is the one where like Neo is having peace. Right, he's being peaceful. And then Agent Smith just comes around. So he maybe Neo is peacefully, you know, playing with his dollhouse or something. And then Agent Smith comes by, and then Neo grabs the spike off of a plate and chucks it right through Agent Smith's heart or something like that, and then resume his peaceful playing with his dollhouse. I don't know about that one. Maybe several, like we'll see how long that stands. What? Oh, this one sucks too, right? Is this the goofy one? I think this is a goofy one. No, it's not.
Ning
Or calm? Or peaceful? Oh, okay, peace is fine. It doesn't, like, don't even, that's being pedantic.
后勤
他在后勤部门工作。
Heck. Why am I'm having a memory block on this. That sucks. soil and suit. The goofy thing was spirit, not suit. So someone's suit got dirty, right? Oh.
社会
社会
每个人都应该关心社会。
society or community.
涨价
我们明年会涨价我们的商品。
勤奋
他在学业上非常勤奋。
I went with it. Not it. Hmm. What is happening? Okay.
可恨
他的可恨举动，
All right, we're good. At the same problem the last 2 days.
勤劳
我的父母都很勤劳。
勤劳 Son of a bee sting. Man. Hold. Hold. It's gone. 这是一侧重 no 促 no 侧重要的 something 是 The reason I'm having problems right now is I forgot what that component is that I'm looking at right there. And I've forgotten this component before as well. T. Oh, it's not. It's separate components. T. What is T? To go back? Or no, to open? Oh, because he couldn't open the thing before, because the foreman was standing in the way. He couldn't open the door, so he opened his mouth and did the same. Yeah. Tea is not good. It's been weak for a while now. Oh, it's true. Sure. Open the matter again is to announce. Right, sure. It's recurring. That sucks. So they're not entirely one component, separate component. Mouth is really weak. I think all the body part stuff is pretty bad with the system. Muscular arm, right? Muscular arm, armpit, mouth, eyes, ears. Neck, head. Well, most of them are pretty rough shape. Mouth is probably one of the more common ones, and it always gets hung up at mouth. Like the door and the foreman would be okay if it didn't have to pigeonhole the mouth. Guess it's Kirby.
喝醉，
他每次喝醉都会睡很久。
足，吐，痛恨，
我痛恨浪费时间。
炼金术，
炼金术，
炼金术是古老的科学。
启示，
这是一则重要的启示。
What?
熊，蛇，
Like opposing faction? It's opposing faction. Villain, opposing factions. But what is happening with the reed? Huh. Oh. Oh, I think I know. I think I know what went wrong there. Fine.
戒，
Oh, that's not quite right.
漏水，
水管在漏水。
拆除，
政府决定拆除违章建筑。
Tear down. That's fine.
狂人，
《狂人日记》是一本小说。
臭，皮，
What in the... Is that Empress?
楼上，
他们在楼上等你。
What? Oh, I hold up.
习
What is going on? I swear I typed Fampai already. Oh, it's fine. It's what I think it was. But I don't know what I typed before. I was just going through the ropes at that point. My confidence was shattered.
书呆子
书呆子不喜欢运动。
每次
他每次都说是我的错。
劳动节
很多人喜欢在劳动节旅行。
见 摩擦
鞋子和地板之间有摩擦。
Oh, friction. Gotta be careful. Friction.
圆珠笔
我的圆珠笔是蓝色的。
I got stuck on this yesterday, right? A little bit. It's gone. Let's see. Cricket, Thunderman. Oh, no, dang it. Oh, yeah, wow, it took.
木偶
这个木偶是手工制作的。
I don't know if that's gonna stick. We're gonna struggle with that one.
分享
我们应该分享知识。
情
Whoa! I think I added an I where I shouldn't have. It's who, not hui. Hui.
软件
这款软件很容易使用。
Wrong tone. Dang it.
上涨
房租每年都在上涨。
What? Okay. Yo qi.
反派
这个反派的计划最后失败了。
I can't spell villain.
夜
Oh, I guess they want night instead of evening. That's a cultural thing for English.
震 搬
Transport is good enough, actually. Transport is relocate, but transport is good.
长矛
战士手持长矛，
篮子
他胳膊上挎着一只篮子，
愿意
他不愿意结婚，
劳动
每天的劳动让他很疲倦。
Hmm.
珍珠
海里有很多珍珠，
Is it a storehouse or a warehouse? Storehouse and warehouse is close enough.
电脑
我没有电脑，
Pasokon.
发呆
他坐在那里发呆。
It sits to be full or stare blank. Oh, I hate stare blankly. It's fine. We're not covering that. It's to look foolish or to stare foolishly or to be like dumbfounded look. It's dumbfounded. Staring blankly is fine, but fadai is like you have no idea. You're just like spaced out, zoned out. You don't have to literally fadai.
Wu
What in the world?
红润
他的脸颊红润，
I missed the one. What?
专辑
这张专辑包含了许多经典歌曲。
Special edit? That's I'm gonna forget that. That's gonna be a problem. 手术手术室
手术室
医生在手术室做手术。
What? Wait, what? I don't know what this is. Demand? Request?
看穿，
我看穿了他的诡计。
堆，
Or pile. Pile is fine too.
盆，壶，
that one might be lost. Is it request? I see. Demand, requests. They're all involved in that component. Well, what is happening here? I swear I typed T the first time. Might have been a typo. Oh no. Just kidding.
有起，
It's fine. It's what I think it is. So what? 泽 and T. T. Okay. Those are pretty good. Those are good ones to review. We have till November, right? We have till November till we see whatever these are. Can I click on this? No, I can't. We're hitting our first milestone in items. We're gonna cross 5,000 soon. Okay, alright. Alright. This one's like kinda okay. Wow. Right. Sure. Done. G. Ooh. Or rip 冷漠违法I can congratulate. He is definitely going to be a problem. Just like he and he. He for nucleus. Pay might become a problem too. Pay. Pay bun. Pay bun. Okay. Jiang. Xiang Chang. Ka. Wait. Yes. Ma. Not this ja. We didn't miss this ja. It's a different ja. Right? I think. Oh, I forgot which one though. Oh, I know. I remember. Obey. Tung he. Tung. Tung ma. Nah. Tung ma. Xia mo. Wei Han. Wei Tong. Xiao. Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang. All right. So we have Chucky, who snuck his way into the basement of the chapel, rushing through the saloon doors to look for the holy horse to make his escape. Grabbed on the horse and then plowed in the opposite direction through the saloon doors, right? Okay. Shrek is in the bathroom of his house, putting the persimmons in the that he gathered from his persimmon tree that he planted outside in the bathtub to wash and dry with a towel, right? A towel, and then I place it in a container with a lid for consumption later. Okay, then we have Dracula that snuck his way into the electricity plant, dispensing with his morals, and decided to use a blowgun, not a blowgun, a net gun, to capture people. It's his next victim, and most of these victims happen to be wearing like rubber sandals because they work in an electricity plant, right? Insulated sandals. Then we have Dracula in the bathroom of the pawn shop, making a list. Making a list. Oops. got a stroke. Making a list of things to avoid, like silver bullets and bows. Okay. Next we have Jimmy Neutron, who's in his house, using his hands to modify a toy car with some missiles in order to beat other things like villains, other evil geniuses. Yep. Let's see. Then we have Goofy, who went to the basement of his house, playing the drums, but he couldn't find his drumstick, so he used a old branch instead. Right. Okay, and then we have Bart Simpson, who is still in the office building, where he spends a lot of time setting up pranks. He's back to using his caliber to set up a trap trellis, where it's fixed to a cross, right? And because he's well informed, he knows where to set this up, set the trap. Okay, now we have Joe. Joe is the fingers. Pretty sure it's fingers, net, and totem. Which is select or choose. And then T. T is door, mouth, foreman. T. To open. Okay. All right. Cool. Oh, guess I'm gonna need this in a bit. So that's a wrap for HanziHero today. If you're gonna watch this later, share as always. Feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero, try it out for yourself, right? More than welcome, stop on by, share some experiences, how you juggle language learning with all your other hobbies. Again, I kind of digressed a little bit in the middle. It's really about, for me, it's really about the creative process. I think as much as there's plenty of representation about being accurate or native or reflective or something like that, or imitative, like trying to imitate, fake it until you make it kind of situation. That's okay. Not my priority. I think being consistently inquisitive and creative about what you learn ultimately is also another different route. It's a different route to be sufficiently involved on learning things, and then developing consistency in them. I think you can do all of these things, right? Which I do. I'm often focused on the things I'm missing or things I'm not engaging in, not limiting myself, which is what I feel earnestly is true. So when you think of best, then you cease to stop improving. A lot of times, in my opinion, it forms a habit that limits one's growth. Now, hear me out. You can still have so much room to grow in that mindset that you may never realize the peak. So that's perfectly fine. Like, a glass ceiling is a glass ceiling, theoretically. But if you never reach the glass ceiling, then you don't stop improving, right? So that's good. Like, if that is the case. I typically don't really bring a counter argument. So saying a glass ceiling is not to make a counter argument for not always thinking you're doing your best, like doing the best. It's not the same as doing your best. Doing your best means that you're constantly focusing on improving. So each day, each subsequent day, you are doing your best because you are aiming to be better than before. That's very different than telling people you're doing the best way. I think in language learning and in a lot of things, especially video games and the internet, people are focused on the best, not your best. A person's best is the integration and internalization of everything that makes them them. The best is to imitate and to adhere to all the things that are desirable when you're imitating something, and then rejecting all the things that are undesirable or not relevant. So for example, being a native in your target language means you must spend most of your time rejecting what you are, because the goal or example that you're imitating does not include the part of you that is not useful or is seemed not useful. So is English not useful for Japanese or Chinese? For me, it's incredibly useful because I don't pretend to imitate something that I'm not. Right? And that's not a bad or a good thing. I think people can continue to drive, fake it till you make it, drive themselves enough to reach that. And then they will find an arbitrary point in which they are satisfied. They're constantly satisfied. You can reach total satisfaction with that. For pragmatic use, for whatever use case you have. For myself, I honestly do not find the appeal. If I have my life's work is me, right? And if I tell people I'm doing the best that I've ever done, is not what I would say. I would constantly say I'm doing my best. Not anyone else's best, my best. So the more I can recruit about myself, the more it's my best, not anyone else's. So when someone says, oh, this isn't the right way to learn a language, it's like, okay, that's fine. But this is my best way of learning the language, right? And it's not the only way I will be learning. It is my current best. In another month, this won't be my best anymore. In another month, it will look different because that will be my best. I don't ever live in regrets of saying, oh, I could have done this, I could have done that. That's because, in my opinion, that regret and resentfulness has a lot to do with what you're leaving behind. It's often, in my opinion, dealing with what you leave behind. When you say, I wasted my time, you have left your time behind you. When you waste time, it means the experience that you just used your time for is no longer valuable. So you abandon it. You leave it behind. That's a part of you you'll never get back. That's a part of you you want to get rid of. So for me, when I approach something, when I learn something, I am constantly figuring out creative ways to put more of me into the process, not less and less of me. I think it's a very great uphill battle. Kudos to all the people that make it work, and kudos to people who find a way to make that work. I typically don't spend excess energy and constant more and more energy trying to rip things away from my memory and my experience. Like, all of this stuff is always connected. English, Japanese, Spanish, Chinese, they're always interacting with each other. And to me, that's worth it. It might not be worth it for the OP purists out there who say like, well, that will give you trouble in the future. It will use up energy. It's like, yeah, it's energy well spent. Not, it's undesirable for someone who don't see the joy that I have at least in my opinion. You don't have to see the joy in doing this. I spend day in day out. It's like breathing. Whenever someone asks me like, oh, can you teach me some Japanese? Like, can I? And then, you know, I would do a bunch of things. And then meanwhile, you might have like a cynic or someone who's a purist who only agrees on the best method will come by as like, oh, you shouldn't teach people like that because eventually they will think like you, and that's not the right way to think about language. I'm like, well, if you want to be a monocultural person, whenever you like switch personalities and, you know, you code swap because that's what you need to do in order to do that, that's a great skill to have. My code switching was developed by understanding the relationship between the cultures that I have, not how they're different. So oftentimes when you ask someone like me, I think about the same but different, not us and them, and I act like them when I need to, and I act like us when I need to. Like, I don't see that. I feel like that's xenophobic, in my opinion. It sounds xenophobic. It leads to commentary like, oh, you know, I like this language because this language doesn't have this. I like this language because it doesn't sound like garbage like this language. I hate my own native language. That's why I'm learning Japanese. I want to sound cool like in anime because Japanese people sound cooler than English speaking people. That to me is what makes that it's related to that. When you normalize segregation, it kind of flows in a lot of things. You have favoritisms. It's easy to discern the differences, and that's great. I mean, that provides clarity, right? I can try to empathize, or I can try to empathize and sympathize with that. I can sympathize. I rarely can empathize. Because while you can look at the differences, you can also see the similarities. And then the similarities bring things together. So can a Japanese person who is learning English interact with an English person who's learning Japanese? Yes, they most definitely can. If you don't think it can, then that crowd is not for you, right? If you want to be an English person who continues to masquerade as a Japanese-only person in order to speak with only Japanese in your ideal case, then at least you know what you want and what you want to speak about. If I talk to a Japanese person, I would not only talk about the Japanese culture, I would talk about the American culture and the Chinese culture, because I want to engage in cultural exchange, not cultural assimilation. I think the cultural assimilation is one way, and I would be ever grateful for people who are willing to only have one-way exchanges. However, I don't spend most of my life expecting people to be so generous and so magnanimous and benevolent that they're always catering to me and only having one-way exchanges. I believe bonds in communication is through mutual exchange. So no, I don't look for people who are there to serve me unless I pay them, right? If you pay them, there's an exchange happening. It's a transaction. Yes, if you ever bump into someone who's not transactional in this day and age, they're keepers, right? People who are genuinely generous. But ultimately, realistically, the vast majority of people you'll meet at first are transactional. So if you go to Japan and you're using your Japanese, and you go to China, you're using your Chinese, you're probably most naturally going to use your communication transactionally. As in, you're doing a task. You're either buying something, introducing yourself, solving a problem, fulfilling a demand or a request, at least in my opinion. And I like to think that it's a little stronger for me, and I'm probably less likely to be a little bit friendly because, or seen as friendly or awkward or fitting in, because there's gonna be some part of me that makes me different. Like, I don't want someone to think that I'm just like any other tourist. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. So, if I do happen to meet that Japanese person that is benevolent and native speaking, and my goal would be, or the inclination would be, if I talk to this person long enough, they would also be interested in learning English. In fact, it would be kind of a fun experiment to see if someone would engage in a way where they would speak to me in English because they're learning English, and I would respond in Japanese or Chinese. And it would go the reverse in that way. That would be an interesting experiment. I think those are far and few in between, because in this world we live in, especially in the internet, most things happen in an echo chamber. So the more biasly or selectively homogenous the group is, the more likely there it's more acceptable. So, you know, native Japanese speakers will likely hang out with people who want to be native speakers, native Japanese speakers. So then you have people who are interested in language learning. They have a mixed bag. You have people who want to learn English and people who want to learn Japanese, but not but they're seen as two different groups. People who are English speakers who learn Japanese are not the same as Japanese speakers who want to learn English. They're often not seen as the same. They have different problems. That's what most people will see. They have different problems, and they are not encouraged to interact with each other. Of course, there is language exchange and whatnot, but I think I speak for possibly some people who maybe have similar experience than I do. The idea of language exchange is very nice. However, is far rarer than those who think of assimilation and like an out group going into an in group, as opposed to a middle group where both the in groups approach each other on the outside. Right? Like exchanging. It's usually one-way exchange. And I don't form bonds with people who are one exchange. I actually think it's the human condition. When the human condition is a one-way exchange, somebody doesn't have the skin. They don't have skin in the game. The other person has skin in the game. And that doesn't lead to fruitful friendships, like fruitful communication. That's kind of like all those kids who think that the best way to learn is to find an instructor and then listen to a bunch of parasocial content like native speaking and stuff, and that's the holy grail, the golden standard. And all I can think about is, why didn't you do it in school? Why didn't you form a bond with your teacher when all they do is talk and say things for you to learn? It didn't work then. How's it different this time? There is one big asterisk. The nice thing about the internet is you can probably find something that's interesting to you, so it's not forced upon you, which can be the thing that makes all the difference. But genuinely speaking, one has to be aware and see the irony in the situation of, oh, now the best method is to still do what formal education does, only this time you care about the topic, right? I think here's an even more interesting skill. Do one better. If you are creative and you understand that you can always do your best in whatever you tackle, then the topic doesn't have to be interesting to begin with. It becomes interesting because you always have stake in the thing that you're learning. So then that's the solution to formal education for a lot of people. math isn't interesting, make it interesting. But instead of practicing the skill of providing the interest, like yourself, you want other people and other systems to provide the interest for you. That will work. And in my opinion, why not be able to do both? So yes, for me, dieting, running was not that great in the beginning. And it only took a couple months to be interesting, right? So to me, I think that is a great skill to have on the back burner. So why is that important, in my opinion, when it comes to like Chinese culture and Japanese culture? When you have to work, how do you do your best at work? That's a question. I think a lot of those youngins who think that they can move to Japan and move to China just because they learned the language, that helps them understand the culture of Chinese and Japanese culture. There are things like doing things you're obligated to do. And because they're obligated, that doesn't mean you half-effort it because you're not interested in it. You find interest in it. You learn how to develop ways to become interested in it. And I think that's what I wanted to emphasize during my digression today. Like having the capacity to be creative and be able to infuse yourself in it is a great way to break the mold and to be able to do your best, which may be very well much better than anyone else who follows comparative systems. Like for example, I had a high school kid come up to me and said, "Oh, I'm doing terrible at math." Well, that's okay. Everyone else is doing terrible at math. And why is everyone doing terrible at math? Is because everyone also has the same horrible teacher. And then everyone else also is not interested in math, so they all have the same. Like, well, I didn't ask what everyone else thinks or do. I'm asking, what are you going to do about it? If you don't like the teacher, what are you going to do about it? Right? And obviously that person's a lot younger, but when you get older, I like to think that that becomes less and less of a problem, because if you have to do something, you should be one should be equipped to be able to do it, and do it well to the best of your ability, not completely reliant and stagnated on some social standard. That might be a cultural barrier there, right? Like there might be some cultural dissonance there, but I don't technically live in a country dominated by culture where conformity is a take or leave it. That might be a little bit of a hot take. Genuinely speaking, I think that resonates fairly well with the internet. Now, it's not the same as ignoring what everyone is doing. It's synthesizing what everyone's doing. So that's different from people who are arrogant and pompous, who ignores the feedback and the goings on of everyone around them. The idea is you absorb what everyone is doing, and then you do more than that. You are improving. You're constantly improving and innovating upon what everything is still in existence. So yes, you can still consume native content all the time and then do more with it, because you are not what you're observing. You are not only what you are observing. You are more than that, right? And that is where I feel I lose most people. I think comparison is not only the theft of joy, it's the glass ceiling prison that people make themselves, that people build around themselves. So no, it's kind of both. You need to understand where your glass ceiling is by observing other people. You need to know where your goal is and all that stuff you're aiming for. But then you have to ask yourself, what can you do even more than that? You know, the part of you that is not represented in that. What do you bring to the table? And those individuals who you have parasocially contact with, they are also behind the frame. So there's way more to them than what you see in front of the frame. If they're only talking about language learning, that doesn't mean that's the only thing they know. The thing is, though, what they choose to show is something you have to take into consideration, because what else is factored in their lives? You have no idea of knowing that they are incredibly disciplined, or even more so than is shown through their techniques. They are trying their best to present a version of what works for them, and being aware that it is the best version they can share means that oftentimes that capture is incomplete. So you have to substitute. You know, as a thinker and a creator, I like to think most humans on this planet are thinkers and creators. You gotta substitute for that. And that's what I want to encourage people for, like a closing topic for today's session, right? Why is this relevant? I was watching a bunch of YouTube shorts a little bit early to gather some pocket commentary, and anytime I see like a somewhat of a self-improvement channel, like a channel that was talking about how people solve problems, most of the top comments are what people think is the normal thing, based on the normal thing. It's rarely ever, oh, this can happen and so can this. So it's not this and that, is often this or that. So what is the best means everything that isn't the best for the situation they can see is the worst and not worth considering. That is like the opposite of being cultured. It's like anti-culture. You're trying to find as little things you need to know to be poignant, to be concise. One can be incredibly talented and understand many perspectives, but in the world of the internet, or at least whatever YouTube Shorts is, despite channels that constantly talk about different viewpoints, the vast majority of the commentary is about singular points that supersedes all other points, so that they are not valid, right? If you are doing the best from your situation, you do not have to consider or learn how there are other ways to get to it. And for myself, that's what I mean. There are lots of ways to get to something, despite we all having the same potential, right? That's when someone pops in and say, oh, but we all learn the same anyways. It's like, well, we all have the potential to learn the same ways and whatnot, you know. We all have the same potential to acquire a language. Preferentially, we do not choose to do the same, especially when your lifetime is limited, right? We'll explore that a little bit, at least in my opinion. That's my share for the day. You're more than welcome to come on by and share your hot takes, right? Your generalizations, and I love talking about these things. So I wanted to volunteer something today. As always, if you're only interested in HanziHero, 大家下次见, right? 感谢观看. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a bit, and then we're gonna start our last project of the month with Samurai Showdown, right? I'll be back for that in a bit. Thank you, thank you. Sorry, I meant Shogun Showdown, not Samurai Showdown. I'll be back in a bit. Thank you, thank you. All right, folks, welcome back. We are starting a new thing today. There's a little bit of an edge. Okay. We're starting a new thing today. This is gonna be our last project for the month of August, right? I think we have a little under a week left. I don't know if I'm gonna complete this project by the end, but you know, no deadlines, trying to enjoy things. So this one might be a short introduction. So like the beginning of every project, I like to do some opening opinions, right? Opening opinions. Now let me pull up some stuff so I can make sure I don't screw up like I did a few minutes ago and said Samurai Showdown. I wonder if naming it Shogun Showdown had some impact on how it can be kind of resonate off of Samurai Showdown, which is the beloved SNK. Is it SNK title? I forgot who owns Samurai Showdown. No, SNK. Yeah. Anyways, so this is where I typically write stuff largely for myself. In case people don't exercise these things, I like to write a bit, talk about my motivations, right? My motivations, what the game, the optics on the game before I play it, what I have, like what my personal experience and relative and profiles and thoughts about before playing a game. Because most of this stuff is relevant to me, but I also want to make sure I get used to explaining and providing relevant information for posterity's sake. So this is all tied into this idea of opening opinions, right? I come in with opinions. I want to normalize the idea that I think it's logically fallacious to think that you come in with no prejudices or preferences. Most of today's, to embrace the nature of the internet, it's rare nowadays that people don't make decisions that are uninformed and with good faith, you know, entirely on faith. And I myself, despite having a little bit more of an eclectic taste, I like to also admit the human condition. I do have opinions about things. So I like to call these opening opinions for this project. What is it? We're gonna start with three things. This is my normal structure now that I've curated over the almost decade of doing this. We'll first start by the numbers section. So this includes like facts, basically. Facts about the game. Facts in terms of like optics, right? Marketing, history, etc. And then we move on to imbuing subjectivity into it. So this one, I'm gonna do it a little bit differently, and we're gonna call it archetypes. This is through like profiling, right? Profiling. And that involves like injecting hypothetical models. This involves human expectations, right? Expectations, trends, like current behavior, right? Current behavioral stuff. And that it does involve the nature of language, right? Which is a small nod to my usual thing with language learning. So current behavior, like what is a puzzle game today is not the puzzle game of tomorrow. So that is the somewhat subjective nature of the second spot. Then we go to the third spot, and that is my personal takes. So personal anecdotes, personal stuff. We have anecdotes, maybe a little bit of story, my decision, right? My decision making, and relations with anything relevant that I like to mention to myself, primarily. Relation to the game, right? Opinions and whatnot. So we go from facts to hypothetical archetypes, which is kind of like a blend. This is, so facts are right, facts are recorded, as in it already happened, so there's no argument, or very few argument. Then it goes to observational. So these are observational stuff. Observational subjective stuff. And lastly, this is largely purely subjective. And pretty much this is how I've been organizing my thoughts for both my opening opinions, my tentative takes, which are interim progress reports, and my candid conclusions, which is projects that I wrap up that have come to a somewhat almost definitive end, right? I typically order it in this nature. It's very intentional by design. Okay, so let's go over our first stuff. This is relatively short because we, once again, what are the facts, right? This is the by the numbers or the facts. This is the story. This is another one of the solo dev stories. So not much is known, right? Not much is known. So solo dev story. I'm a sucker for solo devs, right? So I think the name that was given is Miracle. That's all we got. And this person is developing under the name it's like Roboatino, which kind of reminds me of like Cupertino, but replaced it with Robo. So Roboatino. Do I know anything about this person? Can I like infer some of these things? Not really, so I'm not gonna push my luck with this, but it sounds to me like, because of Cupertino reference and the presentation and how they go through. Oh no, but the composer that they went through might not be American. So there's a chance. I think the high chance is this person may potentially be American, but that's not, it's very hard to know from the name that they went by and the naming. So not much is known, but it's a solo dev story. And the fun part about the story was that it's a COVID story, right? The little C, right? So during COVID, you've heard this a couple times actually. I've recently, a few of the games that I've played dealt with the COVID period, right? So this was when COVID happened. This person decided, allegedly, all these are alleged, right? Decided to learn Unity, and this was one of the projects. This game, right? Which led to this game. Now they put out like an early build. And it was picked up by someone that I come to seen on thumbnails and stuff. I don't know anything about this person other than they are gaming journalists. I'm gonna call them gaming journalists. By a name of Retromation. In fact, Retromation made some from thumbnails again. Is one of those content creators who make bold claims, exaggerated stuff that makes really great way to be a YouTube content creator. So they apparently picked up this game and really liked it. The reason why I know this name is because recently I play quite a lot of indie games, or follow quite a lot of indie games, and I try to make time for them to include in the recording, and this person's name does come up quite a bit, or this channel's name, right? I'm not sure if it's a group of people or a singular person. And this person picked it up early and allowed for a lot of I'm gonna say positive social media exposure. Positive social media, right? And obviously this person was still working full-time. They were Miracle was working full-time and working on this game part-time, right? So they were juggling full-time background allegedly as a software developer. So their background dealt with software development despite learning Unity on the side too, and then they part-time worked on this game. Like, I love these stories, so it would be fun for the future of this developer to maybe find themselves in an interview process and talk about how all of this happened. I watched Baron of Stardew Valley, as like he changed as he gone through like all the stuff of becoming a game developer, right? Eventually he then switched from part-time then to full-time on the game. So I'm not sure what he's doing now, but it would be fun to see where he goes. This game is relatively new still. It was released last year. Oh, I should write that somewhere. So this was released almost a year ago. It was released September 4th. So that's kind of funny. Sorry, I'm gonna make another nod to like an indie group as opposed to a solo dev. September 4th is the release date of Silksong, by the way. So it is exactly a year from the release of Silksong. This September 4th, 2025, I believe, is the release date for Silksong from Team Cherry. So we'll probably have to talk about that at some point. I'll probably make references to Silksong. So September 4th, 2024 is when this person released this game. So almost a year ago. And at the point of this talk, right? Actually, we also have to make note that this game is published by a by two publishers. The Western publisher is a publisher called Goblinz. Yeah, Goblinz Studio. And they are an indie publisher. So I've been using this term indie publisher for some time now because it's kind of like a new wave thing. These are the studio. They're called Goblinz Studio because they themselves probably had made games and they were an indie studio. Then from that game, they were able to generate enough revenue to start a publishing side of their studio, which then they pick up other indie projects to represent like their vision or their brand, right? And this Goblinz Studio has quite a long list of indie games, and indie games are a dime a dozen, right? The only one that came out of Goblinz Studio that I literally have played is, dang it, it's Iris and the Giant. And I haven't really finished it, so I might go back and complete this project, possibly Iris and the Giant. And then this person also had an Eastern publisher, and that's usually a Chinese publisher nowadays because of the sector. The reason why is I'm pretty sure this is on multiple platforms. I forgot what platforms. I think this is on the Switch. It's on all platforms, yes, including. Okay, so no mobile. That's interesting. But it's on all platforms. So this game was marketed completely, right? And the Eastern publisher's name was Gamirror or Gamirror Games. And you can kind of tell by the name convention. Oftentimes, Gamirror Games, that's a publisher. Like And they are a Chinese, it definitely a Chinese one, a Chinese publisher of indie games. So they are also an indie publisher. And you have your lots of Chinese games and like iterative indie games, kind of like a game mill situation. But I don't want to, without the negativity, like, because I don't actually play any of the games. Their publication list on Steam is three times the length of Goblinz studio. So these guys strike to me as far more publisher heavy. Like, we're not talking about something like Thunderfold. Thunderfold has a theme. They only publish very specific things that meet their and they expand and pick up developers to expand their IP's universe situation. So it's not like that, and it's not like I don't know, Drek and company, who like specifically focus on puzzles, and then they like recruit other people who make puzzle games. So these guys are more they have a larger breadth. And then not so much, Gamirror Games doesn't strike me as someone like Annapurna. Annapurna has a very specific brand, like they have a very clear image. So when I think about Goblin Studios and Gamirror Games, I'm not familiar with them that much. So they might still be finding their footing, right? Their specific footing on what defines their publication image. But for now, it's a great place to pick up someone that might define them, like a Shogun Showdown. So at the time of this start of my play, right, Shogun Showdown on Steam is doing incredibly well, or yeah, it's currently doing incredibly well. We're talking about basically greater than 300,000 reviews, right, at overwhelmingly positive. So, and to put a little bit more context, this is a indie dev project, largely solo dev. There were two people recruited for maybe compositional reasons, like animation, like I think background animation. They recruited someone, and then a composer was brought on for the music, right? But it's largely due to this solo dev. And having a first title in indie surpass, so indie's gold standard. So if you're ever releasing into a niche, right, a first time debut being able to garner 500 plus reviews and maintain 95% plus, that is an incredibly well tight, optically appropriate metric for a game. So this is an outstanding success, in my opinion. It's the gold standard. If you can reach 500 reviews, maintain 95% and above, it's largely attributed to that the game's marketing, appearance, word of mouth was aligned with their target audience. It's not to say, like, it would be a little bit too much of a stretch to say it is like game of the year, or like it's the best thing since sliced bread, it redefined a genre. That's very different when your debut game does not have the breadth of expectations of a wide audience. So this game pleases the audience that it is targeted to based on its optics. And even this person probably who like reviewed the thing, early impressions, probably catered to a very specific group, right? Or they spoke very articulately. Because for me, the way I came across this game is exactly that. I came across it because I have a guilty pleasure, or I have a preference for these games. And how do I come across this? I'll reveal it a little bit later. So these are the facts that are to some extent relevant, right? There are other things that we can put into the buzzword, right? So there are other buzzwords to throw in here. Shogun Showdown is advertised as having deck building elements. We'll get more into that. Deck building. And then there is turn-based strategy. So these are all true too. Like these are true. There's no contention. There's some level of deck building. There's some level of turn-based strategy, and positional gaming. Right, positional gaming. And this might sound like it's redundant with turn-based strategy, but turn-based strategy can be broken up to things like positional gaming and ordered gaming. So the reason why I write ordered gaming as a separate thing from turn-based is things that are turn-based don't have to have the mechanics of requiring to game based on order. So what is a light version of ordered gaming? A light version of ordered gaming, like turn-based strategy, would be something like the next move. Right? Maybe like a character on the turn-based game, you can tell whose turn is coming up next, or what their intent was, Like an example would be like Slay the Spire. Slay the Spire has intent, right? However, this game, because of its positional gaming and its order gaming, you might be able to metagame even further ahead. And I'll bring in another game, the story of how I got to this game deals with many of that. So positional gaming and order gaming is a subset of turn-based strategy. It's not the same as a turn-based, a bigger category, turn-based games. Games can be turn-based without necessarily strongly emphasizing strategy, because strategy may be something that deals with optimizing. Simulation is not positional or ordered. When you simulate things, you're simply making the number go up, and you're overcoming a threshold, and then you're pressing go, and it's happening turn-based. So I want to create a little granularity in this stuff early on. So these are some of the buzzwords. I think, is that good enough? Retro? It's retro, right? We also have the retro style. And often retro style is pixel, right? Pixel presentation. So there's nothing that will argue as pixel. And of course, Shogun Showdown in Japanese culture. And I should write Japanese pop gaming culture. Right. All right. Those are enough buzzwords. Now let's go with our archetypes. Let's go right into our archetypes of things that people like. Solo dev stories. Solo dev stories are ultimately, almost unanimously, mostly positive. So when we talk about the archetype and the behavior of current like gaming industry and whatnot, whenever you have a solo dev story, it's mostly positive. It's an incentive when you hear the story of a solo dev story. It's usually positive. When it comes to Unity is a bit of a mix, right? Unity is a bit of a mix. However, Unity has been known to trend with indie, especially this type of game. I don't think I've like strongly hit anything outside of Unity. Occasionally you might find someone who is well invested enough to have an Unreal right? An Unreal 5 take on things, or a Godot. Godot is still like on its way up to some extent, and proprietary engines are out of the question. So Unity is pretty common in indie, right? These are trends, right? And when it comes to social media, oftentimes stuff sources like this is often responsible for like 15% of traffic. So when it comes to indie devs nowadays, one of the things that people do are to garner someone who has influence in a very specific genre. So you want to grab an influencer, and I'm gonna put this in quotes because I don't know this guy, so oftentimes people are straying away from categorization, and these are hypotheticals. So we're talking about archetypes, hypothetical models. I'm not claiming that this person identifies as an influencer. The idea is to understand why Shogun Showdown, right? For me. So this person has influence, and that's attraction that creates the traffic that will give its appearance to the market, especially on Steam. So maybe I've always thought it would be pretty romantic to talk about my influence on trying to support indie developers I believe in through my influence, but I don't have any influence. I have very, very little influence. But this person serves the example, right? This person serves the example. So it was very positive, and so initial positive impressions are excellent. It's like one of the boons. It often sparks the word of mouth that ends up following after. And I imagine this is what the consequence of that happens, right? You have your full-time as a different job, and then it goes into part-time to full-time on the game. And this is a common trend that we see that's still happening. The ripple effects of the little C on people who took time to do a side project, right? Side project into gaming is a very, I'm gonna say like a modern Cinderella story that is not the same as things like Stardew Valley and Terraria. They predated the COVID period, but I would say I think of maybe the 10 games that I've played recently, 8 of them were a product of environmental things like COVID, because that was the time. And I'm not surprised if I still see a few more titles in 2025 that started back in COVID, because 6-7 years indie devs, 6-7 years, that sounds about right. I've played a language learning game that went across that period. So when you talk to these developers, or if you have a chance to talk to these developers, often this type of comment comes up quite a bit. September 4th, 2024. I have no, we need to know when games come out. So it's about a year away. What I could say about this is it's about a year. That's usually the latency period that there will be an update. And whether this is an update on a new IP tease or an update to Shogun Showdown, like a DLC, right? A DLC possibly. Usually, in my opinion, for trends like archetypes, leaving your first IP when it's successful and leaving it dormant for more than a year is when the attention or the window falls off the face of a planet. And the window is kind of like getting smaller. Nowadays it's like 6 months. It's really tough, especially tough for indie developers to keep up that pace. The idea is though, what happens is if you have a year in your gestation, one of the more common things is to start some form of parasocial way of connecting with your community, right? and upkeep of this is a major trend. I would say over 50% of indie developers who have reached a potential audience stays connected. And unfortunately for me, maybe it usually comes after I play a game. I would see, which will come up later. At the end of the game, I'll have like a candid conclusion. I'll talk about how I interacted with the social media aspect of the thing. Like I would start to look into the developer, see if the developer has a social media account, like a YouTube channel or something, or Discord or something like that. Like I check the Wakotabi, for example, a social media account all the time, or the Discord all the time, because I still keep up with them, because they are still actively connected with their community and constantly keeping their community up to date. Games that aren't, I leave after a year, because generally either the developer have decided they don't want to take that approach, so transparency is not their game. That's their prerogative. They get to choose, right? They'll release and shadow drop whatever they want when it happens, or this is a one-off and they don't no longer desire to go through the stress of keeping up with game development. These are the choices that they make. But generally, I would say within a year, you kind of want to hear from the person. It doesn't necessarily have to be a new game entirely. Maybe like a explainer to saying, oh, you're still in it. You're still in the game, so to speak. You're still developing things, or, you know, keeping people along. Because parasocial stuff is a way for people to form connections that creates faith in the product, which is very hard to find nowadays. Like trust in humanizing things comes very rarely now. That's my personal commentary. So purely subjective. So it is tough. So in blue, it is tough to find faith in creators. Usually this is related to the idea of results matter. And consumers of today are very results oriented, right? So it can lead to dehumanizing, which that's what I mean by it's commonly accepted that parasocial relationships are used in most indies and even large publishers like Sega. Most of Sega's things, most of their IPs, they all have separate social media channels. Despite all the negativity around Phantom X, right, for example, they continue to host streams prior to each patch, right? At the face of everything, the one thing that you can, as a normalizer, is to humanize the creators, the people who are involved in it. And as an indie dev, that's something that, in my opinion, this would be a trend. In indie dev, this can be a mixed bag. It's very inconsistent because it's tough to want to do this if you're solely focused on game development. Some people hire a PR or a community manager because that's not for them. And you hear it, I heard it multiple times between the one solo dev that, between the 5 or so solo devs that I've met over the years, 3 to 4 of them have mentioned this thing about trying to work on an aspect that, like, it wasn't part of gaming, like it wasn't part of software development. Having a visual social presence was a thing that was assumed not to be important from the past. I don't think society now is the same, right? It's a skill that you might be wanting to be a little bit okay with, right? And I did not encounter anything dramatic. So on surface level, this person, like this name that this person's going by, I'm not sure if it's an alias or not. Like I can't even tell if it's their name. That speaks to why like I don't write any details about this person, right? This person doesn't have a website. A lot of indie games also make a spare website, you know, boot up Squarespace, put their message on there, talk about a little bit about their devs. I couldn't find anything that was blatantly in my face about what this person is. So naturally, none of the details that I write about in this opening opinion has anything really largely to do with the developer themselves. I'm inferring a lot of these things. And that to me is difficult to talk up or talk about the person. And personally, for me, the more I can talk about a person, the more I feel people will endear themselves to the creator, right? The developer, especially a solo dev situation. It's very socially inclined nowadays. So that's kind of one of the stuff that didn't attract me to Shogun. I get attracted to games because I believe in the creator. This one, there was other situations, so I'll get into that in a bit. Publishers, clearly this person is invested in the marketing side of things, right? It is very common to have both a West and East publisher. And with that, be able to immediately go into multi-platform, right? Multi-platform. So check. So this game has already entered the phase of, I made the game is in a stable state, then immediately acquire publishers to distribute and then have a working platform, a cross-platform thing. Not necessarily cross-platform, but a multi-platform thing. So it's available in everything, except for iOS and Android. But I actually think this game can run on those. I don't know if that's what they're going to announce. Like, hey guys, it's been a year to celebrate. Shogun Showdown Anniversary Edition will be updated with like maybe like quality of life changes or a little bit extra content that was scrapped from the game. Get reintroduced, and it is now also available on Android and iOS. That's a standard, revealing, standard release kind of schedule. Several of the games that I've played before, they launch on Steam. A little later, they get localized. This game is completely localized already, so they already covered the localization as well. Right? At least the big three, and then more. There's like 7 or 8, and naturally these things are very efficient gets now because of aided tools, right? Aided tools. They got all that. They've already went through it within the year's period. That makes sense. Usually it takes a while actually for people to get like the okay on Switch, right? The okay on Xbox and the okay on PlayStation. All of that already done. Shogun Showdown knocked it out of the park. And as far as I know, all of those outlets were very positive. So that comes down to this, which that means this is a gold standard. So for trends, look out for this dev. I don't know how much love this dev is getting. And what I mean by that is because of the lack of social media presence, it's difficult to support this dev in a different way other than monetarily, right? I understand monetarily is the most accessible way to support a dev, but word of mouth is so important nowadays. I guess this would be a personal subjective. Word of mouth, right, word of mouth is like priceless. Unfortunately, I don't think this dev has like an open channel with people who really like them, right? The idea is to keep the person encouraged. I think that's one of the brighter sides of gaming, especially the brighter sides of indie development, where you can get someone to create magnificent things, but they also have to be reminded that they're also awesome, right? So it supersedes, in my opinion, it supersedes monetary gains. Indie devs, in my opinion, tend to stay indie and do these things because of word of mouth and whatnot, right? Despite all the other, financial things. That's what I wanted to make. So this is awesome. All right, this in my opinion is gold standard. Gold standard for a debut indie title. So I look forward to future projects, right? And then now some more hypotheticals. So here are some archetypical stuff. Deck building. So deck building, when it comes to trends, we are going to have to throw in some bunch of buzzwords like Slay the Spire. Even now Monster Train is a bigger thing because they've recently released a sequel ahead of Slay the Spire. But Slay the Spire 2 is around the corner now. Monster Train 2 actually got out before Slay the Spire 2. So they were cranking. Monster Train was cranking. Can we throw in a few more when it comes to deck building? Like things that will come into the discussion. Slay the Spire is a big one. I think Monster Train is quite big now in this space. We're good. This is pretty good. Like, these are buzzwords. You know what to expect. Slay the Spire, Monster Train. In terms of turn-based strategy, I'm gonna say, which is not quite turn-based, but there are elements of turn-based, and many things would come up with this, especially when we consider positional gaming and ordered gaming, and that would be the Faster Than Light developer, and specifically his game Breach, or Into the Breach. But more so on a bigger scale, right? The bigger scale of turn-based strategy, typically you would say something like the XCOM devs. And this is not one of those, but we have to make a nod to turn-based strategy, right? XCOM, like when you ask, oh, this is a turn-based strategy game, what is it like? Is it like XCOM? Is it XCOM adjacent? Which in the indie one, I would cite like Into the Breach, right? Which is off of the FTL person. Oh, you know what? I forgot a buzzword. I've got a really big buzzword. This is of all the buzzwords, this is roguelike. Right? Roguelike. Which that is where FTL, STS, MT, XCOM might not seem like a roguelike, but it does. It has roguelike elements where your characters are permadeath, right? There's permadeath mechanics in your characters. So how that is weaved is very important, right? And this is a turn-based strategy game that is presenting himself somewhat like an action game, which I want to throw a nod to like Hades, right? Action roguelikes are a entirely subgenre division of deck builder roguelikes. Roguelike deck builders and action roguelikes are the two biggest subgenre of roguelike games in the indie scene. And Hades would pick up the mantle of Supergiant Games, would take up the mantle of that. Let me think of some really big turn-based strategy. I won't belabor this point. I think these are fair enough name drops. When it comes to positional gaming, I want to introduce another game that's allowed me to come to this game, and that is something oftentimes indie devs participate in bundles. And there are a lot of controversy with Steam bundles. So this is a Steam bundle situation where like it might not monetarily benefit the developer. So there are some monetary controversy. We're not going to talk about that stuff. But because of the bundle thing, this creates complementary discoverability. And that's indie 101. So they typically group up with indies that either have similar themes or similar philosophies behind their design, and they're bundled. And the game that I played prior to this was Cobalt Core. And Cobalt Core was a positional game. It was a positional roguelike deck builder. And they were an indie, right? An indie positional roguelike deck builder. Now there are other positional type of games that are inspired off like XCOM or fantasy games, and I played a few. I played quite a lot of them, so I will offer my comment. So this happens to be the game I played most recently, but I'll offer a couple more from my own like personal glossary. We have Gordon's Quest. Gordon's Quest is a product. I don't even know. It's a Gordon's Quest. Gordon's Quest is another product of a different bygone area where it was crowdfunded in a different way. Right? Crowdfunded. I'm not sure if it was a Kickstart. I'm pretty sure it was a Kickstart. Or like maybe a Patreon thing. Actually, this is probably a Kickstart thing. But I don't know if Shogun Showdown was a Patreon thing, but as far as I know. So Gordon's Quest also had position. It's usually using like this type of grid system. Right. So there are other ways to represent positional gaming. Cobalt Core happens to be one-dimensional, 1D. So is this game. So it's a 1D. It's a one-dimensional positional game, right? And that creates a wonderful dimension. Gordon's Quest is something that I wanted to bring up because it is a 2D. It's an isometric position game. There's also, I guess I can throw another one out there that I invested quite a lot of time, but the publisher there's a lot of controversies of monetization, and that was Abyss. Why am I not? Hold up, let me. Not Abyss. Across the Obelisk. So Across the Obelisk, which is now published by Paradox, right? Paradox has been getting lots of flack for their monetization, but Across the Obelisk, and that is technically it's a 1D deck builder. It's this type of position, right? This is where you have the we can throw in a few things. The DD, the Darkest Dungeon, right? Red Hook, Darkest Dungeon, popularized, like most recency popularized format of this, and this is positional too, right? Moving positionally based on your actions. While Darkest Dungeon might not have been a deck builder, it was a roguelike. Across the Obelisk uses a deck builder approach to do this position. So in this case, this is not a team-based. Shogun Showdown is not a team-based positional game, positional deck builder game. It is a singular. It's a character. I guess we can put it out there too. This looks like a character RPG or a character. Yeah, it's a character action game. And for archetypes right now, character action games are incredibly trendy right now. So what is trendy about character action game? Soulsborne. Even Soulsborne into what else this game has would be like dark fantasy. So I know a lot of times people think of dark fantasy, they're referring to dark Western fantasy. But if you look at this, right, if you look at even the title landing page, this is Eastern dark fantasy. Yeah, Shogun, like what is a element of Soulsborne, or aka things related to it. Soulsborne adjacent as well. Again, these are all archetypes, so they're meant to be generalities. You can argue, well, that's not the case, and all of them is like, that's the point. This is the generalities. So understanding the nuance is where I don't tackle. I use my anecdotes instead. Trendy would be Sekiro, right? And Sekiro is dark fantasy. But this like this game is Eastern dark fantasy. You have the air of larger than life, brutality, and like oppression. The hero that overcomes the tyranny of this larger than life boss, right? That is Eastern dark fantasy, right? And this game has that trend. It doesn't end. 2025 still have like 5 titles that fit under Eastern dark fantasy, and 2026 and 2027 has at least 10 high profile games that are set in Eastern dark fantasy. This year, the first half at least I think maybe 10 titles Eastern dark fantasy. Now I do want to give a little bit of nod personally to a turn-based strategy game that doesn't have positional stuff, but it does have deck building stuff, and it might not be something that people think about, but like it might be not something that people think about when it comes to deck building. So what I'm saying is, here's my take on deck building. Deck building, personally, and maybe this is also a trend thing. I forgot what to write what people look for when they look for roguelike. They're looking for these titles, aspects of these titles. You know, you have Hades, STS, MT, Faster Than Light, and what that is progression through death, or through tries, through failure, right? And RNG. When it comes to deck building, that also leans into deck building, but the biggest word I would use when it comes to deck building is interactions. That is the gold standard that you're looking for when you're looking for interactions. Deck building, the core of trends, the archetype, the archetypical deck builder is looking for interactions. They have to be satisfying. Archetypes filter under interactions. So if you have a Pierce, you got to have Pierce interactions. Pierce can lead to a next level interaction. Movement interactions have to lead into attack interactions. So deck building, the core of deck building is synergistic interactions or antagonistic interactions, or even trade-offs. And when it comes to turn-based strategy, it's often risk and benefit. That's one of the gold standards in my opinion. So each turn has to feel like there's a level of risk and a level of benefits, right? And then when it comes to positional gaming, obviously now you have the elements of dodge and block, right? Dodge and block. That's how you capture in a positional turn-based game what it's like to either dodge or block or even parry. In this case, parry might come with counterattacks. And now we're starting to see all the tying together stuff, right? You can have a turn-based strategy game that has elements of dodge and block by introducing position. And then you have parry and counter and block being augmented by ordered gaming. So when a game is ordered, it presents opportunities to block and parry and set up counterattacks. And position does that too. So these are like the gold standards in order that must be represented in a deck building manner. And the reason why I mention all of these things is because I want to volunteer one game that is, in my opinion, checks all these boxes, but doesn't look like a deck builder. And it, in my opinion, is Game of the Year. Very strong, hot contender for Game of the Year. And that's Clair Obscur. And you know what else Clair Obscur checks off of? This, Clair Obscur, is a Western dark fantasy. Right. So, it's a French-inspired Western dark fantasy, but it's a dark fantasy nonetheless. You have your a bit of your eldritch horror in your French-inspired game. It checks all the boxes, the things that we're talking about, trends. It is a turn-based strategy game. It does play like a roguelike in small sessions. It does have run-based mechanics and setups to make it feel like a roguelike, right? Replays and whatnot. And it does capture the interactions. In Clair Obscur has their what is the system called? The Lumina system, which allows you to create interactions, loadouts, and in and out of each battle, the loadouts create interactions. Now, the difference between one of the bigger things that differs a deck builder from something like Clair Obscur is Clair Obscur is an RPG, so it's set in a way that RNG is kept to a minimum, right? Meanwhile, deck builders introduce progressive RNG manipulation. However, that's what captures all these things. It captures the risks and benefits from each turn. Clair Obscur does that too. Every turn, if you fail to execute, your whole team might be wiped out. In a turn-based deck builder, sometimes making one wrong move, absolutely gets your end runner, right? An end runner. And then you run back and do it again. So, and then obviously inspired off the dark fantasy requirements is the capturing the ability to have dodge, block, parry, and counterattacks. But hear me out. While I'm ascribing it to recency, like the recent titles, these elements existed in game theory quite often. And one type of archetype that I really want to emphasize is when it comes to indie developers, right? When it comes to indie developers, there's a very classical way to evaluate game theory. And I often think you're either making a puzzle game. I've talked about this quite a lot. A puzzle game or a turn-based closed system. I think that at the highest, at the lowest, or however you want to, at the most general level, indie starts with investigating game theory or practicing game theory through developing a closed system. Either a puzzle game or a deck builder checks that mark most of the time. So when you're making a game, you can even make a logical game, like a logics, like walking sim logics game. nowadays. So a walking sim game with creative logic. That's a closed system. And closed system allows you to fine-tune game theory, in my opinion. And many of these game theories are this. You have a laundry checklist of feel-good mechanics. Build a closed system with very tight interactions, and you can scale up slowly. So you build a foundation and you start to expand it. So the game always feels like it, in my opinion, tend to feel very tight because this closed system is small. So a puzzle game can be as large as the solutions they're trying to build, the internal logic. Deck builders also have internal logic. These are expected, and how tight and interacting these are it. Roguelike action games have tight internal systems. The basis of playing the game is fundamentally baked into most video gamers. You know, you can move up and down, you can attack, and you can block or dodge. Those are the things. But the internal system that's working for most indie games are very small, well-tuned, less spurious systems. So most of the time, debut titles tend to be in the indie section, some sort of puzzle or turn-based closed system, and what leans to that very well is a deck builder, and oftentimes that deck builder leads to the next action roguelike game, which is a little bit more spurious because there's the human input component. Or they explore story, because the first game that they do when it's a puzzle game that is a closed system, a lot of times the story is something that is part of a creative process that requires a lot of resource. It's one and done. Stories are very seldomly, in a trending manner, more than one go around. To me, I buck at this. I play story games over and over again at space times. Like 2 years down the line, I might revisit a story game because I'm no longer the same person. So I would look at the story and consume the story in a different manner, right? I played Like a Dragon multiple times, that kind of thing. But for the vast majority of gamers, in my opinion, stories are one and done. So when it comes to closed systems and like your first title, stories are optional. You can do world building instead. World building is to create a mythos, and that mythos allows you to expand into storytelling with like walking sims, which typically comes a little bit after, right? A lot of times, due to the presentation and story being a diminished return, oftentimes, because presentation and story gets sidelined very quickly due to its novelty. And then there's, you know, you then go into like story-driven games is a possibility, right? Story-driven games, which then rounds out the indie developer. You have your game theory, then you start working on your own look, your niche in your story-driven or your world building, right? Your world building, which I've lived long enough to have the privilege of following somewhere like 20 developers that went from their puzzle games or their closed systems, right? Their closed system games into an open system where it deals with like multi non-linear story-driven titles into their world-building ones, right? Like open world stuff. So, in my opinion, it would be really interesting to see if the next game from this developer stays in this universe, or a sequel. I mean, usually indie devs, like for example, one trend is that you continue to produce new IP, right? The trend often is new IP until you reach the gold standard, this gold standard. Until you reach this gold standard, which this game already hit. So then that new IP then would get a sequel. Now, the sequel is not that, in my opinion, it's not that predictable. The sequel could be a universe build or a straight up sequel. So an iteration. And I kind of, over the years, I kind of see a bit of a mix of these two, like no real dominant trend, where like it could be Shogun Showdown 2, or it could be like Shogun Tactics. And one indie theme that is very important, that's why I brought up XCOM. XCOM right now is because this is the natural progression, in my opinion, from a closed system, like a really closed system, like a deck builder, a 1D deck builder, is XCOM, Final Fantasy Tactics, right? Final Fantasy Tactics. I don't know, Disgaea. These, like, there are more nuanced ones, like Trinity Triangle or something like that. And then you have like Octopath Traveler situations. These are the higher scaled complexity, but then they require novelization, right? Like either world building or, but what happens is you can expand your IP's universe instead of going for iterative design. Silk Song is a great example. They went with iterative design as opposed to making a separate game in that universe. I brought up Thunderfold quite a bit, and I played multiple of their games. I didn't play Steam Dig, but I did play Steam World Hand of Gilgamesh and also Steam World Heist. And Steam World Heist got a sequel that I haven't played yet, and they hired and collaborated with a new indie team that brought up Steam Build, right? So they're entering other genre, but the idea is the Steam universe is what they're expanding, so they become brand recognizing from their IP. That's another that's a different way. So this is more like lateral. Universe building is like lateral. Iterative is longitudinal. I don't know, like we'll just call it longitudinal or vertical. These we're getting a little bit too obscure with the iteration. Like Clair Obscur, the Clair Obscur developers will have to decide, do they expand or ditch the entire thing, right? You can also create brand game theory recognition. Game theory recognition would be a great example, like I'll take the nod to Supergiant Games. Supergiant Games have a brand recognition. So that implies that they've entered the story music brand and artwork. So instead of having to rely on constantly iterating on the same universe, right? Or the same mechanics, like have Hades 3, Hades 4 for the Rever. Actually, Hades 2 kind of bucked their trend, which I was a little bit surprised, slightly, because I was expecting, when are they going to release their next IP, right? Generally, Supergiant Games for the longest time, Bastion, Transistor, Pyre, and Hades, they are recognized by their story, music, and art, not necessarily their universe. Now, that you could make an argument their universe could be connected in some way or shape, but generally, that's another way to go about it. But that's provided that the winning thing that you have is story, music, and art. And it's a one-time deal, right? Story, music, and art. Music maybe less so. Art is kind of one-time deal. Story is most definitely one-time deal. So, like, if you're tiering the stuff, right? Music is definitely one. Music and art are contentious, but story is the loser. Oftentimes, when it comes to value proposition. And this game, I haven't played it yet, but my presumption is that we'll see a Shogun Showdown 2 or a Shogun, what's in vogue right now? A Shogun Metroidvania. Possibly. You know, if that person wants to, like, extend and flex, you know, stretch out their wings to encounter a thing. I think a Metroidvania under the Shogun Showdown title would be interesting, right? Right now, that is the rage. What you call it? Here's the tagline, right now. What is successful? We had the Ninja Gaiden, not necessarily Metrovania entirely, but we're talking about 2D platforming action games. So we have Ninja Gaiden, recently Rogue Prince of Persia by the Dead Cell creators, and then just recently, just now, the Shinobi 2D action game, right? And then of course Silk Song in less than a week, or less than 2 weeks, sorry. Silk Song. So that is big, and it's not to mention that between September 4th and the rest, there were many others like Nine Soul, Blasphemous. You got those things, and nearly all of them are dark fantasy. You can argue maybe they're feudal. They're kind of like feudal Japan stuff and feudal Egypt, but most of them are, they have darkness in them. It's about the cruelty, oppression, overcoming a large odd, impending, intimidating figure, but they are of different cultures, like different regions. So that's like the new wave. Like, let's throw more some Crimson Desert. That's a Western fantasy with lots of dark tones. So obviously we're not, there are limit, I'm being really generalizing because there are some extensions of are there eldritch horror. A lot of times people make it really strict that there must be some sort of like cosmic horror or a body horror or something. But dark fantasy and like gore and horror is just quite in right now. Silent Hill F is coming around the corner, right? So there's that thing that's going around. Anyways, there you have it. And then of course, and one of the fantastic things about the indie scene is retro style things are peak right now. Like if I had to do a archetype, like a really generic archetype, retro style games are peak right now. Fever pitch. And this is both mainstream. It's both mainstream and indie at the same time right now. The names that I just dropped, they're all retro style games. The Shinobi, the newest title, Rogue, the Prince of Persia, and Ninja Gaiden, not the Ninja Gaiden 4. I'm talking about Ninja Gaiden, I forgot what the subtitle was for it, right? And Silk Song. Right, these are new age retro style games. Shogun Showdown certainly was ahead of the game, right? And then we have Japanese pop culture, which Japanese pop culture is trendy. There's no way about it, no fuss or muss. Japanese pop culture is incredibly trendy. And cue the Sekiro anime that was announced. My personal nod for this type of thing. Second season. Season 2 of Blue-Eyed Samurai was just announced. Blue-Eyed Samurai was just announced to be starting production. Right? And without saying too much, all of these boxes, to really wrap it up, my personal take on this is this game already panders to me. I have a lot to say about this type of game. Japanese culture, Japanese pop culture. I'm steeped in Japanese pop culture most of the time, very, very deep in it. Deck builder, long history of deck building ever since the first time I encountered a Magic card when I was Magic the Gathering, and Magic the Gathering is dark fantasy, among many, many other things. In fact, Magic the Gathering over its still continuous stay have tackled all of these themes. Dark fantasy in Eastern culture, which is the Japanese thing, you know, the Shogun, like Kamigawa, right? Kamigawa set. All the way to the dark fantasy of every version, right? Recently, the last thing I played was Persona. Persona is, without lacking of a better word, it traverses dark fantasy, right? It is also dark fantasy set in a cross between modern era and a projected era, which tackles all the trendy things that happen. And like a dragon, that you could kind of say it's definitely not dark fantasy to some extent, but it still, like, it tackles most of the things that deal with dark fantasy. They use organized crime, but it has a backdrop of being an RPG relating to dark fantasy portrayals, like fantasy in the sense of romanticization, like romanticizing the organized crime, like Yakuza, right? The organized crime and organized crime elsewhere. And in the recent titles, it almost evokes those things literally in the game's mechanic, because it is in fact now a turn-based game. The mainline one, a turn-based game. And then the sideline ones, like Pirate Yakuza that I played, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii that I played earlier, that's an action game. It's an action beat-em-up game, right? So it still comes down to the action beat-em-up game series and your turn-based strategy games, right? So cue all this. I hope the developer is having a wild time brainstorming what they are, but this game panders to me, so I don't have to say much about what I like or what I expect. There are going to be a lot of things. I have a lot of expectations, right? And that doesn't take away from if they are all met or not met, it doesn't really take away from my enjoyment, right? Met or not, I already like this game, right? Based on what I see in optics. And that's kind of what I mean by an indie dev who debuts with the gold standard metrics. It also means whatever moves that they made from marketing already associates their game with the target audience. So I am part of the target audience, and that's why I bought the game. I didn't buy the game because I suddenly came across it in a like a surprising way, and it kind of shocked me into being curious. I'm probably gonna play this game and most things are gonna feel familiar, and I know it feels familiar because I know a lot about this stuff, and I kind of like that. I play games in between, games that are meant to get myself out of the box and games that are not, and this is definitely one of them. So that's a wrap for my opening opinions. I was gonna talk a little bit more about what I expect in the game, but I think most of these buzzwords will create a lot of insufficient expectations. Anyways, we're gonna get into it now. I'm unapologetic about this. Likely this game's gonna be a 10 out of 10 before I even play it, and that's because I don't choose to play games I don't want to play, and I don't choose to play games to be disappointed. I choose to learn to like games because there are people who really are great at making games. I don't make those games. I know a lot about things, but I don't do any of those things, and it's wonderful to see other people making things that I can consume. There, you might be saying then, a little bit of a challenging thing is, so do you ever have bad experiences or experiences where you are very critical? Well, yes and no. I rarely am ever solicited for a game. So I can be incredibly critical when I'm solicited for a game. But this game I chose. So I want to make the biggest disclaimer. I'm not a reviewer or like a unbiased. I don't believe in this, by the way. I think this is gonna be a hot take, but unbiased views is like pretending you're not human. I only give 99% of the time. If I'm choosing to do something, as in I paid money for it, I planned it, I timed all these things, I am already biased. It is all planned. So I typically choose to play games that I like. And even if I don't know what happens in the game, I spend so much time understanding my motivations and understanding the things that I do that whether it doesn't surprise me or does surprise me, I still like it. So I wanted to make it clear, this is not a first impressions video. It's more like kind of sharing to my future self to see if my patterns of decision and stuff changes over time. This is how I make decisions. I thought about all of this stuff before I even started playing the game. Is it exhausting? No. It's like breathing. This is how I make decisions, how I spent more than a year and a half now learning Japanese, Chinese, right? And so forth. How I stay cultured and connected, or I believe keeps me cultured and understanding. This is it. So that is interesting to anyone out there. I take solicitations very seriously too. So in the last 2 years, I've been solicited for 2 games, and I talked about them a lot. The one game did involve this. They did choose to do deck building. Their optics were not that great, so I really hope that they continue to make video games, and I look forward to their next video game. I also look forward to these guys. I don't usually hit titles when they're released. Usually when you play games when they're released, you might get a chance to interact with the indie dev if they are more social. And I have a lot of things to talk about. You know, I love to ask them questions about their thought process and whatnot, because that makes developers impressionable so that people can be more faithful. They can trust in developers as opposed to constantly guessing and presuming and assuming, oh yeah, this guy's got a great sequel, now he's just gonna milk the crap out of it and then call it a day and then sell his soul to the next highest publisher. Those type of assumptions get dispelled when you have more connection with the things. And for me, this is a great intersection at communication. I'm communicating how I make decisions. If you, in my opinion, do any of this, in my, I would say your decisions become a lot more meaningful, right? I like to discourage people, or maybe that's a bad word. I like to encourage people to be more mindful of what they do in order to do it better each and every day. That includes language learning, especially language learning, because that's my jam right now. Playing games, your time is limited for sure. Why not make it very significant? So this is how I make myself held accountable for making my decisions meaningful. I do not play games simply for entertainment or simply for fun. I do more with it. I want to make it meaningful, fun, entertaining, a learning experience, and also be able to build and improve upon how I do things. All the above. Be greedy. I think it's incredibly reductive and rate limiting when someone says, oh, the only thing that matters is to have fun. I'm like, yes, if you look at it from a minimalistic perspective. And then there's the opposite where, oh, the most important thing is to get something, must get the maximum of this out of it. Yes and no, that's not sustainable. The idea is to meet in the middle. You want to be greedy on having that feeling of maximizing your rewards or trying your best, and also not settling for just fun, at least in my opinion. So both greedy and safe, a little bit of both. Now let's get into the game, right? And again, hats off to Miracle. Hopefully they're doing okay, they're healthy, and by the time I finish this game, maybe they'll announce something when Silksong comes out. Okay, all right, let's get into it. Okay, as far as I know, I adjusted most of the stuff and the sound should be okay, right? It went for a hip-hop already, you know, the title screen. They went for somewhat of a hip-hop mix new age Eastern music composer, or the composer anyways. Just taking my time a little, just absorbing the opening track. Dave the Diver's track was fantastic. Cobalt Core's soundtrack was fantastic too. Cobalt Core's soundtrack was composed by the Minecraft composer, and that hit really hard. I hope Shogun Showdown knocks it out of the park. Claire Obscure, absolutely amazing soundtrack. I'm sure Silksong will deliver as well. I think indie titles are great ways to discover wonderful composers and music producers that are otherwise undiscovered for some time. And this is hitting. Yeah, this title screen is hitting. All right, let's get into it. We just hit new round. Alright, welcome back, brave soul. Your character kind of reminds me. Why does your character look so familiar? Why does that character remind me of someone? To continue, practice moving and turning. Okay. Forward, turn around, and then move right and left. Okay. Or I can use the mouse. Oh, it's middle click. Interesting. That's an interesting control scheme. I don't know how we're gonna use WAD. That's a tough. the mouse is a little that's a little weird. All right. Attack Q. All right. Attack Q, you have to left click at both tiles to Q. Okay. Hit left click or drag and drop to add a tile to the attack Q. I see. Interesting. Space bar. Attack. Okay, so they're one each. I see. I wonder if there's shortcuts for the attack queue. Like, can I hit 1 to queue up? You can toggle info mode by clicking the button next to your... Okay. Intriguing. I see. strike down the practice dummies. All right. So so if I queue both, right? And then how do I know its range? No range yet. Okay, so it'll... I was hoping I could move in between them, but it executes both. Okay. I was just confirming. So I was thinking maybe I Q, hit space, attack, and then turn around and then shoot the arrow. But it's both on the same action. I wonder if that means like the more you queue up, it's all considered one action, or is it considered 3 actions? Right, there's also that. Okay, you can swap them in time. Okay, that's cool. Okay. Combat is turn-based. Performing one of the following actions triggers a turn. Okay, so moving. Maybe like the entire move, not just one move. Adding a tile to the attack queue. Oh. And then attacking. Adding a tile. A singular tile to the attack queue. So you have to ready your attacks. Interesting. Defeat the enemy. Alright. So does this count as a move? It does count as a move? Like turning around... It said move. It didn't say turning around, but I guess turning around does count. So I see. So that's fine. I just whoop. Let's have to move. Oh, okay. Whoop. All right. Rearranging. Yeah. I just noticed that. I already noticed that. But okay. I guess they want me to do it. Okay. You can freely remove tiles from... Okay, so it's free to remove. All right, cool. You can skip a turn by waiting with S. I see. I hope I don't accidentally press that. Oh, and it doesn't have a confirm. So if you accidentally fat finger S, you can't, it won't ask, are you sure? Okay. Interesting. They're gonna turn around. Okay. Okay. Cooldown. Oh, that's the bottom part. I see. After using a tile to attack, it will take some turns to recharge before it can be used again. And I guess the pips represent the number of turns. Okay. I always have initiative. Oh, whoop. Oh, this is where I can skip turns. Right. Huh. What happens if I walk in front when they rock? Okay, they just stop. It cancels their movement forward. I see. Okay, you can swap positions. Oh, you can. Okay. You can swap positions by moving towards it when facing it. Oh, okay, that explains that. Swap has a 4-turn cooldown. Oh, okay. That answers that question. interactions, you know. We gotta be... Oh, and that's the bottom part. That's what the bottom part is. One last fight, an opportunity to practice swapping. Nah. Okay. So, let me see. If I could just swap with them. Okay. Gotcha. You complete the training, good luck. Alright. Nice. And that's it? That's the basis of the game, huh? Aw, cute little bird. Can I click on you? Can I click on environments? Oh, there's Hollow Knight. Or that... I don't know if that's a reference. Oh, yeah, that is. So that's Hollow Knight, and that's Isaac. Oh, I forgot about mentioning Binding of Isaac. Yeah. So there you go. Influence is on your sleeve, right? I'm not sure that... No, I think the bird is fine. Your face, your cat. No Shovel Knight. I don't know if there's a Shovel Knight influence here. But anyways. Alright, archive and shop. What is archive? Oh, I forgot. You have to click, not scroll. You can't scroll. Okay, quests. Interesting. Lots of quests. Those feel like achievements. Tiles. Interest. Okay. I got you. Skills. We'll discover them on the spot. Stats. Okay. Oh, we have multiple characters. Oh, I see. So we have more than one character archetype. Oh, I didn't mention character archetypes at all as an expectation. Okay. Okay, and then shop. A curse tile. No data, huh? Dragon punch. Oh, is that a Shoryuken? It looks like it. Smoke bomb. Interesting. Smoke bomb seems good. I wonder why you want to pick up curse. And I don't have skulls. Okay, so these are cost skulls. I see. Alright. The Wanderer. Special ability. Can swap positions. Okay, so that's their special ability. Okay. Alright. Okay, and then we have tracks. This is the roguelike track, right? Your classic roguelike track. Bamboo Grove. Ooh. Background and waves. Encounter. Oh, okay. Just reminders, tutorial reminders. I see. Are you gonna attack right away, or okay, get out of my face? Oh, you have to pick up loot? Oh, okay. Get out of my face. Get out of my face. Hmm. Okay. Oh, they're in each other's way. Oh, okay. Get out of my face. Oh, I need that though. Oh, I just told myself they hit both directions and I was a pip. Feels bad, man. That was unnecessary damage. I just wanted to... I don't know if you can collect the money, like collect the thing afterwards. Like, I think you have to manually pick it up. That's... this hits both sides, right? What is this? Dash forward through targets, stopping at the first empty cell behind them. No effects. Oh, this is a shadow step. Or it can be seen as a shadow step. You just dash forward and go to the back. No effect if no empty cell is available, I see. So you can't even like go forward. Oh yeah, it's called shadow dash. What am I talking about? It's it's on the top. The name is on the top. I only read the white text. I don't know what happened there. I feel like this might be useful. Let's go and... Is this free? Oh, can I adulterate too? Alright, let's go buy this. I feel like I'm gonna get surrounded at some point. Okay, so far so good. Oh, I could slide through and hit both. Oh, that's interesting. Because he's a wanderer. Hi. Interesting. Oh, I don't rotate back around though. What are you, little guy? What do you do? I don't want to find out though. Get out of my face. Oh, this is gonna be cool. Hold. I was collecting stuff. Get out of my face. Huh. Get out of my face. Oh, he's gonna dash through and... Oh, it hurts! Oh, you little pet face. Okay. Oh no, I can't slip. Intriguing. I wonder if you get points for like doing less. Like a combo, like you get more points for doing combos. -1 cooldown. Wait. Oh, does that mean I have to sacrifice something? I do. Wait. I got 2 of these? How did I know I got 2 of these? Do I want it? I kind of do. Oh, it upgrades the thing. Oh, dang it. Oh, that's what it means. I thought it was sacrificing for -1. Daisuke. Daisuke the Dasher. Oh, you sound like a butthead. What is this? What does that mean? Oh, you butthead. Actually. Nah. Son of a bee sting. Can I turn you around and force you to turn back around? Oh, no, I can't. Oh, feels bad, man. Oh, yeah, I can't. Dang it. I hit the wrong button. Oh, that can get me killed. So I hit the wrong button. That is, I feel there should be a shore button. Intriguing. So can he charge through? I guess we'll find out. Interesting. Okay, and that instantly dies. Okay. Alright, and then, huh. Okay, so it upgraded both those things, I see. My existing slash into a swirl, and then, yeah, okay. What does this mean? Enchant upgrade and warring shop. Cooldown upgrade and guarding shop. Okay, 24. Oh, I see. That's what they mean. And what is this? 2 max HP. How do you even recover? Upgrade, unlock a slot. Permanently add a service slot to this shop. Interesting. But we are only okay. Oh, okay. So it's the totality of the upgrades. I thought these pips were like 1 cooldown for each, so it would fill up the slot. But it's the quality of the upgrades is the number of the raw number of incidents. Okay. Oh, and then you just go. I see. Whispering Caves, huh? Oh, that is a spear. Okay. What happened? I'm gonna get hit for 2, but oh, dang it. I didn't know that guy was a spear. I just realized it too late. Alright. Not paying attention. Womp womp. Intriguing. Oh, this is a great combo. Ah! Oh, I got an achievement. Kill 3 enemies in a single turn. Nice. Dash backwards and strike the first target behind. Backstep, huh? A backdash. Does anything happen if there's nothing? Oh, yeah, let's scrap this. I wonder how many different movesets you can have. Okay. So these guys can't be moved. Rip. Can I, like... Oh, that doesn't work anymore. Dang it. Oh. Is that what I think it is? Should have turned the other way. Son of a bee sting, I'm totally dead. Wait. Actually, no, I'm not. Oh, I can't. Yeah, I'm dead. That sucks. Okay. I should have turned the other way and then do that. Shit. Back to camp. Okay. What's happening here? Oh, I can purchase these things now. Oh, okay. Right. I'm actually kind of curious what the heck the curse tile is. Curse unlocked. Curse the first target ahead. Curse the first target ahead. Curse targets take double damage on next hit. Replay. Replay. Adding the tile to the attack queue does not advance the turn. Interesting. Huh. Sure. Let's do what Smoke Bomb does. Swap positions with the first target ahead. Oh. That's neat. Interesting. So I'm guessing I have to pick them up somewhere. Or they just become available. Alright. Try this again. Oh, one more, please. What is that? Oh, oh. Oh, it does collect. Okay, so you don't have to literally collect them. Okay. Oh, that's kind of cute. Can I take this? I'm just gonna take this. I wonder why it's red. Like, am I gonna get bopped for being Oh, like I see, like I could have. Interesting. Let's... Okay. I just want to see what this does. Okay, so it does come back. Alright. Rip. Oh no, wait. Nope, that's a rip. Losing life is suck. Oh no. I thought I can't move past those guys, but it's only at the end. That sucks. So does this stay active? Let's see. I think so. How long do you stay active? Forever? Okay. Alright. +1 damage, +1 cooldown. I bring a message. Ah, it's for me. I must stop you. Okay. Actually, does that mean... Oh. Oh, dang it. I wasn't looking at I wasn't looking at his attack. I thought he was just attacking from one direction. Four turns. I might want to stay here. I keep forgetting that he attacks both sides. That really sucks. That really sucks. I need to pay attention to the sides. +3 cooldown. How do you even make that work? I guess you could just skip. You could also reroll. I'll just skip. And I wonder if this currency keeps moving forward. What is this? Slot upgrade and dancer shop. And combo shop. Cooldown, upgrade, and... What does a combo shop look like? Combo coins. Enemies drop an extra coin when combo killed. Oh. Can't afford anything. Okay. Oh, wait, I just realized. Oh, I just realized I have items on the bottom left, which is not quite visible, but you have one for shield, you have one for heal 2. Mass curse. Curse all enemies, curse enemies take double damage. Okay. Interesting. I could sell this for 4 and buy this. It's fine. We're still trucking along. Right? You butthead. Ah! These guys have 4 HP. I made a mistake. I wasn't paying attention. They have 4 HP. Okay. Smoke bomb. I think smoke bomb might be, yeah. We're doing strike the 2 cells directly. 2 cells and it has piercing. Okay. Alright. Oh no, not like this. Wait. Son of a bee sting. Oh, you can't. Oh, okay, I see. I see how that's preventing. Well, dang. Nice. Okay. So you can get friendly fire. You can make them do friendly fire. Alright. I was curious. Oh no. Wait, can I not carry more than one of these? I probably can't. Wait, is the shield permanent? And then I want to see if I pick this stuff up, right? I forgot again that... Oh, wait. I can save this. Yeah, okay, you need to pick them up. Okay, so I don't think you can. You only have 3 item slots. So I gotta make sure about that. Poison plus 2 cooldown. Poison enemies take 1 damage at the end of the turn. Duration 3 turns. Intriguing. Throw it onto smoke bomb. I only escape once. What is this? Ah wow. Ah wow, the impeller. Only Nobunaga. What? I couldn't read the rest of you, little butthead. Okay. Is it per turn? Is it 1 turn? Oh, just next hit. Okay. I have no idea. Is that like a spell that only moves forward? Oh. Oh no. How far does that go? 2. Okay. 2. And then it's the middle. It looks like the middle is safe. Oh, you can summon peeps too? Or do something? I see. Okay. Now what are you gonna do? He has to get within a distance, right? Actually. I want to test if being close to him is safe, right? Yep. Get out of my face. Alright. Obliterate it. Ice plus cooldown. Freeze target for 3 turns. I mean, I could just load it onto the smoke bomb. No. I don't want to re-roll. Let's just re-roll. Plus 1 damage. Sure. 2 turn. Yeah, sure. Now what do we have? Slot upgrade plus guarding shop. Damage upgrade and warring shop. Slot upgrade. I don't know what slot upgrade. Oh, it gives me 1 slot. How many slots do I have? When you take damage, automatically gain a shield. Oh, that's kind of nice. Yeah, I don't know how many slots you have. Oh, is it this slot? Oh, it upgrades. Oh, this slot. Oh, interesting. Let's take this. Interesting. Moonlit port. Hi. What do you do, mister? Oh, you're an archer. Hmm. Music. Dang it. Hmm. Oh. I was trying to combo. Hmm. Okay. +1 damage. What do you do, mister? Do I want to find out? Oh no, I'm facing the wrong direction. Dang it. I was hoping to. Oh, come on. Why did I turn around? How big is your sword? Okay. Why are you all up in my face? Interesting. Oops. I hit the wrong button! Oh, no, no, no. I needed to get rid of that guy. That wouldn't have time down. What is this? Poison all enemies. Oh, okay. So I should use my items. Yeah. One upgrade slot. Okay. Oh, there's more space. Oh no. Might as well use this. What is that? Oh, you butt cheek. Hmm. Do I really want to be at the other end? Oops. Oh, I didn't need to do that. I forgot. What is this? During combat, reroll enemy's intention. Out of combat, reroll a shot. Oh, interesting. I don't know what that is. Is that a freeze? That's probably a freeze. Intriguing. Wait, if I'm at the other end, right, that charge isn't gonna do anything. Right? Oh, it does do something. it at least has the RAM. Okay. Huh. Oh, dang it. I'm a doofus. Oh, you butthead. I'm back here. -1 damage, -4 cooldown. Yes, please. I don't need the smoke bomb to do damage. It's a poison bomb already. We know it was him, the twins, huh? Intriguing. What does that mean? Interesting. I don't know what that means, but you can face the other direction if you want. Psych! Okay, smoke bomb's a little OP. Just a wee bit OP, I think. Get out of my face. Oh. Oh, wait, hold up. Hehehe. Get wrecked. Defeat the twins. All right. What else we got? Dash backwards and strike the first target behind. I guess these slots are still here, right? Do I want to do forward or back? Probably forward. Now that I think about it. Yeah. I don't want to reroll. That's fine. What in the... Okay, I can deal and pick this up. -2 cooldown. I could make my smoke bomb just be stupid. When you perform a combo kill, a random enemy is cursed. Interesting. I don't think I'm gonna be performing too many combo kills. YOLO. It's so dumb. I think smoke bomb's a little dumb. Okay, spirit gateway, spirit gateway, alright. What is this? What are you? Do I need to play keep away? Yeah, I don't like where this is going. Oh, interesting. Neat. But guess what? Alright, so then I guess I can charge up to them, right? Or just try to keep people from getting close to me. Interesting. Can that actually go through? I don't actually know. Interesting. That's not good. Oh, wait, hold up. Oh no, I can't. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that doesn't... Oh, okay, that does re-roll the thing. Alright, cool. Interesting. Right. Huh. Hmm. I totally went the wrong direction. Okay. Yo, heck, mate. Ugh. Hmm. Hmm. Oh no. Wait. Does that's BS. That's absolute BS. When you accidentally click on the things and it doesn't change from the previous, it shouldn't take up a turn. I think that's terrible. Like when you accidentally click on something when you're trying to view it, that's BS. That's so disagreeable in design. I was trying to check if there's any more things, and even if you put it back to where it was, it took up your turn. At least that's what I thought. I think that was the turn it was in. So I dislike that quite substantially. Hmm. Upgrade another slot. Huh. You haven't been able to remove, like, change the slot on this thing. I mean, can you make something? This is pretty much instantaneous, right? Or are there time? Yeah, never mind. There's one cooldown. Yeah, I mean, none of these are upgraded at the moment, so I might add this. What are you? Oh, don't tell me you throw things. Interesting. Well, that sucks. Okay. Man, it was so unlucky the first run where oh no, it wasn't unlucky. I just didn't know how to use my items yet. I didn't notice I had items. Hmm. Interesting. I wonder what the dude does when... How does that work? If I... Okay. If I slip... If I slip, execute... Oh, I didn't even need that. Okay. I see. I don't think I really need this. I do want to get a shield slot. What is this? What is that thing? Okay. Interesting. Wait. Oh, come on. You butthead. What is this? Recharge tiles and special move cooldown. Recharge tiles. Okay, so this is like a full cooldown reset. Interesting. Or like a wombo combo situation. I'm starting to feel like I need to... Okay. Okay. Oops. Oh, I did that in the opposite order. I did that in the opposite order that I intended. Let's see here. Okay. Oh, he was at the edge. Awkward. Interesting. I did that in the wrong order. Actually. Oh, you can't displace. Okay. All right. Learning. Can't displace. Okay. Oh no. That was an accident. That didn't work out the way I wanted. Ah! Okay. There's just so many items. I wonder if these items immediately... I wonder if you don't pick up items, do they get auto-sold or you just lose them? Yeah, I wasn't paying attention yet. Sorry, buddy. Oh, hi. So they can't be stacked, is what I'm getting at. When I'm getting the impression. Okay. +1 damage plus cooldown. The Wanderers versus the statue? Crap. Oh, interesting. But can I still smoke bomb this guy? Hold up. Oh, I can't. No! Oh, I got I totally got womboed. Oh wait. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's awkward. I don't know what that is, but I guess we'll find out. Intriguing. So there are peeps I can negate. Rip. Poor guy. He didn't know what hit him. Oh, wait. I didn't want to do that, right? Huh. That only reaches 2. And I can't switch positions with you, can I? Nope. We're gonna YOLO your face. Rip. Rip. Oh, that scythe is 2 spaces. Alright, that's fine. Can I poison you at least? Nope. Okay. It's fine. We're fine. So you kind of want the statue. Sort of, I guess. What is this? Strike the cell directly ahead, but it's just normal. Kind of want to re-roll to see what else is available. Can we just skip? Let's re-roll. That's kind of weak. Unless there's some sort of combo mechanic. No. I think we're fine. That's unfortunate. Warriors Gamble. Interesting. Enhance, upgrade. Okay. And Dancer Shop. -1 cooldown for special move swap. Don't know what that means. Randomize the tile into a new one. All upgrades will be randomized as well. Intriguing. That's what Warriors Gamble is, huh? Permanently add a consumable side. This. I guess if it's permanent. Wait. Does it go between? I guess we'll see if it goes in between. I guess if it goes between runs. Let's just unlock it. Oh, I see. Intriguing. But it fills it in right away. I think I'm okay. I have no idea what that means. Special moves? Oh, is it his special move? The... Oh, I see. That's what it means by swap. Okay, it's his special move. -1 cooldown for special move. No. We're fine. Hot springs. Alright. Oh, the background's amazing. What do? Do you cast spells or something? Do I want to learn how to hate you? The question is, do I have to be facing the person? Yep, I have to be facing the person. A shield. Get out of my face. Is there a maximum distance for this? There isn't. I don't like you. Wait. Hold up. Doesn't quite work. Oh, okay. I see. Oh, that's awkward. Oh, that's awkward. -2 cooldown. I think we need to pew pew harder now, don't we? Oh, hi. Wave of 1 of 15, dang. You gotta get efficient at this stuff. Oh no. You butthead. This tight the tight spaces though. Oh, something's gonna show up right in front of me. Okay. Oh, you and your shield. Wait. Oh, I'm curious if they cast shield on stealth. You butthead. Okay. Thanks. Oh, I didn't realize they were prepared right away. Oh, that's why it's so fast. Or maybe it's not. Huh. +3 cooldown. I mean, I rarely use this, and when I use it, it's probably gonna be when I need it. If I do that. Oh, you butthead. Rip. Okay. Free up some slots. Oh, it goes through the person. Oh, that's kind of annoying. Okay. Oh, that's not what I thought that was gonna happen. Yikes. Oh, does nothing happen if I do this? Yep. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Curse. Curse enemies. Oh, wait. Oh, so you can add curse to the properties of things. Interesting. Oh, and it's only on... Oh. Let's reroll once to see what else we can upgrade a slot. Interesting. Koa the coward. You look brave. How foolish. What do you do? So I gotta test some stuff out, right? Like, oh, come on. Alright. Can I switch position? Yeah. I can. Interesting. Alright. What does that even mean? Oh, okay. Smoke bomb. Oh, it deals 1 damage to me? Interesting. Well, that's awkward. Oh! Actually, that's not too bad. Oh, I can only do 3 at a time. Oh, dang. Okay. Oh, they don't, they wait. I see. Teehee. A coward indeed. Hmm. Get wrecked. +1 damage. Hmm. Hmm. Damage upgrade and warring chop. Okay. What is this? +1 damage when attacking from a distance of 4 cells or more. That's actually really good for what I'm putting here. Let's unlock this permanently. What is this? When you perform a wait action, recharge an extra cooldown for tiles and special. Interesting. So, like pew pew, stationary pew pew stuff. +1 damage to... I'll buy sniper. I guess now we're doing... Hideyoshi. Hideyoshi keep. Oh, it's just one? Oh, interesting. Oh, what do you do? Alright. Oh, it doesn't... Oh, no, it doesn't. No, just kidding. Just kidding. That was awkward. I didn't mean to, Oh, I didn't kill him. Alright, fine. Ow! Interesting. Interesting. Music though, music. Dang it. Free play. Adding the tile to your attack queue does not advance the turn. Wow. Well, we can't replace our bread and butter stuff, so maybe like, oh, you cannot upgrade would exceed. What do you mean would exceed? Dash cannot upgrade would exceed max. Oh, it has to be on. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, no dice. Can I reroll? Dang it. Yeah. The Wanderer, Hideyoshi the Cunning. As the sun disappeared, I knew I made the right choice. Interesting. Alright. Alright, buddy. I feel like we're just gonna try to range you down. Oh, he backtashes. That returns. Okay, fair enough. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's pretty good. Wait, how does this work? Hold up. Oh, he does turn around, okay. Oh, what the heck does that mean? Oh, intriguing. No hard feelings, buddy. Defeat Hideyoshi the Cunning, alright. Sacrifice tile and warring. Oh, interesting. What? Sacrifice tile, get 40 gold. Oh. It's 4 tiles or more. Enemies inflict +1 damage when attacking each other. I guess it does kind of work with smoke bomb, huh? Let's unlock this. Orange shop. Blood service. Gain 5. Oh, -1 heart. I could sacrifice 2 hearts to get. And then just use one of the pots. Interesting. So there's blood service. I wonder if there's anything that bonuses that give you being low on health, but relying on shields. That's interesting. And I wonder if there are over shields. Plus 2 damage when attacking more from the arena was really small, so that could backfire. Oh, the Shogun's castle. Oh, how big is it? Please make the Shogun's castle big. Okay, it's fairly big. Okay, the background is cool. Lots of cool backgrounds right now. Oh no. I was unaware that that would do that much damage. All right. So how do I? Okay. That does not help. Okay. Okay. Son of a bee sting! Wait, hold up. Oh, I should have loaded the smoke bomb first. Mistakes were made. Okay, that's fine. Oh boy. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Oh boy. Okay. I miscalculated. Alright. So let's try to save. Okay. Oh, that's backwards. That is totally backwards. Oh my gosh, and that cost me another health. Totally backwards. Okay. Hmm. No. Shogun Showdown. Oh, we just go straight into it? Oh no, 2 statues. I'm one with the shards. Alright. Alright, buddy. What? You just straight up... Okay, buddy. Can I TP? Interesting. Oh, then that'll absorb. That's awkward. Oh, that's awkward. I guess we're just gonna trade then. Yeah, long distance is not the greatest, huh? But we can just use up our stuff. Oh! Oh! Oh, there's a second phase. Oh. Oh. Oh, oh no. I thought there wasn't a second phase. Oh no. Alright. That's backwards. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. Oh, that's kind of lame. Nah, that's worth the 1 damage. Heck you, buddy. I don't know what that does. I see. Oh, that's the... Oh my gosh. Hehe. I did it! I can try. I mean, if I knew how to use items, that would have been cool. We did it! With any hero. Alrighty. Alrighty. That was not bad. First try. First try. Shh. First try. Not bad. Now what? But of course, it wasn't over. Uh-huh. A shard. Yes. On the second day, the Shogun called forth his elite guard. And that was just the beginning. Okay. Day 2 unlocked. New islands unlocked. Okay. We did see other branching paths. Day 2. This is a good, obviously, this is a good place to stop for the day. But yes, we got our first run through, right? Oh, I see. Yeah, that's the thing locked on top. There are speedrunning achievements for this, so man, I gotta get faster, huh? So we got grappling, Tetsubo. Tetsubo, ooh. Interesting. Alright, so let's just unlock the cheapest one. What is this? Close combat unlock skill. Interesting. Close combat. I want to grab grappling hook. Lightning? Or... what is this? Sharp turn. Intriguing. It's red. What is this? Chilling combo. Let's just grab the cheap stuff. A trap? Oh, that's kind of cool. And then we saw the shadow come up. I haven't really used any of these things. Mamushi move. Something bug move. Mamushi. Interesting. Lots of unlocks from one run. Very neat. We'll discover it on our own. Right. Discover the use case on our own. Alright. Cool. I didn't unlock a different person, though. Right. Alright. Very neat. Jump to celebrate. Alright, that was such an awesome first day. We'll probably try to get in like 2 runs each day, maybe. And then we'll definitely skip the day. I won't be playing on the day that I have like lesson day for WaniKani, but I think that's tomorrow. We'll definitely be playing. Interesting. It took an hour and 7 minutes. Okay, now I have an idea of how long the run is, sort of. Actually, oh, the music keeps playing when I'm unfocused. Good. I like that as a default. What is the speed run? There's a speed run achievement. How much time do I have? Wow, there are some really funny ones that you can do. Kill a boss and die in the same turn? What? Oh, there's some really funny ones, like very conditional ones. We might not be able to get all of them, but like I'll probably have to bootstrap through them, but defeat the Shogun on day 2. Oh, okay. That's just climbing up. So let's see. I imagine the bosses get different things, but there are some really interesting things you have to try to do. That's gonna be in. Oh, okay. I thought I don't want to do time ones. Time ones are not great. There are probably time ones in to get unlock something. Neat. We'll explore more in the intricacies of stuff. We haven't even played any of the other heroes. I don't even know how you unlock the other peeps. Wasn't there a place that I saw there were other peeps? Oh wait, one of them is unlocked. I don't know how you Oh, here it is. Aha, the Ronin can push an enemy in front of him by moving forward. Oh, so you can just shove. Neat. We'll probably try each one on each day, so we'll probably try to do the Ronin next turn, right? Neat. Ronin. Ronin. Okay. There we have it. End of the first play or first day. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get the 100% because it really depends on how long or tough it is. Like what I mean is if I had to get a good run, low percentage runs I'll probably do in the background. But for now, we'll see how many we'll try to aim for, right? Until then. There you have it. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? Thank you very much. You're more than welcome to follow along. Pick up the game for yourself. I picked up the game as a bundle from Cobalt Core. This game is like really inexpensive. I don't remember how much I spent. I can probably find out. Hold up. It was $8.58 off the Cobalt Core and Shogun pack, right? Which is what I mentioned before. Yeah, on sale. When it's on sale, less than 10. What? We already spent a solid 2 hours, roughly speaking, because I talked for a bit too, right? But that one run, plus the 30 minutes from the other run, probably 30-ish, while I was reading. Yeah, awesome. As always, feel free to follow along, right? Pick it up, play for yourself. Tell me about your interesting runs. I would need more knowledge, but at some point we can start talking about like runs and the characteristics of the runs. What was a cool combo? What the type of interactions? Yeah, this game is exuding with charm. Oh man, you really get into it. So, more than welcome. Always feel like digressing. Doesn't have to be always high octane gameplay, right? I play video games for the discovery of stuff. Usually I take my time with the couple beginning, but then it'll be like we're getting really into it, so we'll be trucking along. Learning curves first. Until then. Alright folks, until next time. Stay safe, stay healthy. Happy gaming. I will catch you next time. Bye bye now.